For a decade, from 1931 to 1941, my chief intellectual concern was with the growth of public authority and the development of the European state. I dreamed at that time that at some date in the future, perhaps 30 years in the future, I would write the definitive history of the growth of the European state. But in 1941, I had to postpone indefinitely and gradually abandon that project. I no longer, after 1941, had adequate libraries, and it would take a very extraordinary library for the purpose, of which there are only a couple in the United States, perhaps. I was much too busy with my teaching, which I enjoyed thoroughly. But above all, I discovered that other historians were so specialized in their studies and were so lacking in basic historical concepts, such as, what does state mean? In what way is state different from many other things? Such as public authority, government, and so forth. That they could not understand what I had to say. And I had a bitter experience which revealed that. Namely, in my doctoral dissertation, which was on the public administration of the Napoleonic Kingdom of Italy, which I wrote between 1936 and 1938. I will not go into the story. I will simply say that there was only one man who read it who had the slightest idea what it was all about, and that was the great University of Florence historian Salvemini, who at that time was a refugee in this country. But most historians knew only one country. They knew England, or they knew France, or they might have known Italy, or they might have known Germany. And most historians knew only certain periods. And, of course, the period I was writing about, the Napoleonic Kingdom of Italy, was technically from 1805 to 1814. And anyone who knew that period, I discovered, really didn't know anything about what the situation had been like before the Revolution, the French Revolution of 1789. So instead of writing that, I got into what I suppose was really my much stronger activity, the creation of the necessary conceptual paradigms, structures, frameworks for understanding historical processes. Because I discovered that historians could not even understand their own specialties because of their lack of concepts. Let me give you two examples of this. One of them very contemporary. That is, it's the last 100 years, which to me is contemporary. There is an area of political activity, and for about 100 years, and in all political argument and controversy today, there is a basic assumption that only two kinds of interests or entities operate in the area of political action. That is, individuals and the government. There have been numerous books published with such titles as Man versus the State. I know two of those. Both appeared, I think, in 1906. We hear about big government as a threat to the individual, and so forth and so forth. Conservatives now are telling us that we must curtail government, cut government spending, cut government powers, reduce government personnel for the sake of making individuals more free. Liberals, on the other hand, are still telling us, as they have for a long, long time, that in order to make individuals free, we must destroy communities. By communities, I mean villages, ghettos and cities, ethnic groupings, religious groupings, anything which is segregated. We must destroy them so that all individuals would be, if possible, identical, including boys and girls. But the area of political action, and I won't draw it on here, but just assume a circle of political action in which you have government, individuals acting in there. But you also have at least two other groups, really three others: voluntary associations, which I'll say no more about, corporations, and communities. And if the liberals destroy communities for the sake of the individual, and the conservatives destroy big government for the sake of individual, you're going to have an area of political action in which irresponsible and immensely powerful corporations are engaged in opposition to individuals who are socially naked and indefenseless. And what we get in history is never what anyone is struggling for. What we get in history is the resultant of diverse groups struggling. And if liberals and conservatives are struggling for these things, that was what the result will be. That's one example of a lack of a paradigm. I've given you the paradigm. The next one is more personal. A number of years ago, an old friend of mine, we were colleagues at Princeton in the history department in 1936 and 37, wrote a book, The Age of the Democratic Revolution. Now, since neither of the revolutions that he talked about were democratic, neither the one in France nor the one in the United States were not intended to be and did not turn out to be democratic revolutions, people have changed this and talk about the 18th century revolution. But they talk as if the 18th century revolution in, let's say, the United States and France and in other places was the same kind of a revolution. Now, Bob Palmer is a very industrious person with a very agile mind and a ready verbalizer, but he does not know what he means by revolution or by democratic. And he's totally wrong if he believes the 18th century revolution in the United States or the English-speaking world in general was the same as the 18th century revolution in France. In fact, they were the opposite. The revolution in France was a struggle by a government which did not have sovereignty to obtain sovereignty, which to us would be the essential identifying characteristic of any state, sovereignty. The English-speaking revolution through the 18th century and in the United States very clearly was an effort by states who had sovereignty to curtail it, divide it up, hamper it by such things as federalism, separation of powers, electoral colleges, and so forth and so forth. Now, this is what I mean by the need for paradigms. The basic entity to understand is the civilization as a whole. And although I give you the date that I'm going to talk about the last 1,000 years, Western civilization, of which we are a part, has been around for a considerable time longer than that. I think we might say, perhaps, that Western civilization began around 600. It came out of the ruins and wreckage of the preceding classical civilization. And classical civilization's dates might well be 1100 BC through a dark age in 1000 BC, and it ended about 550 AD and was followed by a dark age around 850 or 876, 100 years before the outline begins this lecture. Out of the wreckage of classical civilization, which was the shores of the Mediterranean Sea, that was classical civilization, and it was held together by the fact that the ease of water transportation on the Mediterranean was so superior to the difficulties of land transportation away from the shores of the Mediterranean Sea, that the city of Rome could bring its food from Egypt when it could not bring food from Lombardy in Italy. And anywhere in the Mediterranean Sea, even at the height of the Roman Empire, if you went into the interior a few hundred miles, you had left civilization. That civilization perished, and out of the wreckage came 4 other civilizations: Islam, Byzantium, Russia, and Western. And I think we might say they all were sort of around from 600 onward, and certainly by 950 they were around. Now, another paradigm that I want to establish is a difference between 2 kinds of civilizations, which means a difference between 2 kinds of governments in these. Asiatic civilizations generally do not attempt to deal with individuals or with the problems of individuals. I have always called that Class B civilization. Class A civilization is the kind of civilization that classical antiquity, classical civilization turned into, the kind that we are moving toward and have been from the beginning, or the kind that was found in the first Chinese civilization, which was from 1800 BC to 400 AD, and to distinguish it from the Chinese civilization, which was from 400 to about 1930, we call that earlier one Sinic, S-I-N-I-C, from the Latin word for China, which is Sinia. In those Class A civilizations, although the civilization starts by being an area of common culture made up of communities, in our type of civilization, there is a long-term trend to destroy and break down communities. Now, the way I would like to express it would be, and I just draw it on the back blackboard, by saying that a civilization, all civilizations start out as aggregations of communities. Those communities are generally of 2 types, either local, such as parishes, neighborhoods, villages, manors, or whatever else they may be, or kinship communities, families, clans, and so forth. And at when civilization begins with communities such as this, as ours did in 600, let us say, there is no state, and there is no atomized individual. Now, I won't go into the details of this, but in such communities, everything is different. There are no written laws. It's all customary. All controls, or most controls, are what I call internalized. That is, they're built into your hormones and your neurological responses, and you do what is necessary to remain a member of the community, because if you weren't a member of the community, you would be nothing. You would not be a man. And as you may know, if you've ever studied linguistics, many of the names which primitive peoples have, or even not quite so primitive peoples, have for themselves is their word for man. That is, unless you were a member of their community, you were not a man. Now, what happens in the course of civilization, it may, like in ours, take 1,000 or more years. It took 1,500 years in Cynic civilization, and it took about 1,000 years in classical antiquity. Is that those communities are broken out and gradually break down to smaller and smaller groups, and they end up simply as what we call nuclear families, a father and a mother. And then you would discover they lose all of their discipline and control of their own children. And the holders and controllers of property become isolated individuals and so forth. And what happens is you end up with a state which is not only sovereign but totalitarian. And it is filled with isolated individuals who face a totalitarian state. The communities, of course, from which classical antiquity came were clans. That is, the kinship group. The communities from which Western civilization came were local villages and manors. And indeed, the communities always are either one or the other. And lucky civilizations, such as Chinese civilization over the last 1,500 years or more, has generally communities which are both kinship and local. If a society has just kinship communities like Islamic civilization, it is in a very, very bad position. It never, for example, can understand the meaning of the word state. There is no real Arabic word for state. And you may reach the point that the Arabs tended to reach, which was, since you trusted no one except your close relatives, the preferred marriage would be your parallel first cousin. That is, your father's brother's daughter is the one you must marry. Because no one else. And even then you don't trust her. All right. Now, of the four civilizations which came out of classical antiquity's wreckage, two of them clearly are a different kind of a civilization from ours, and I think Russia is too. What I'm saying is that I think those three, Islamic, Byzantine, and this I'm certain, and probably Russia also, are Class B civilizations. That is, they continue to work for communities. I will take back about the Russia. Let's forget the Russia. It's a very much too complicated. We just looked at the Islamic and the Byzantine. On the other hand, Western civilization was different. The civilizations and the governments which appeared in Class B civilizations, those which preserved communities, were governments of limited power. The chief powers that they had were raising money and recruiting soldiers. And they made no effort to deal with interpersonal relations or anything else. They were a kind of an empire. The finest example of that is the empire of Genghis Khan. But a very good example of it would be the Ottoman Empire, which is the final empire of Islamic civilization and which was destroyed in 1922, where you did not attempt to deal with the relationships of individuals. You left that to their local or their kinship communities. Now, before I get deeply into Western civilization, I want to say one more thing about classical antiquity. A moment ago, I said there would be difficulty talking to historians about this subject. The difficulties would be just as great in talking about classical history, a classical civilization, if I spoke to classicists. Classical civilization began with clans as the basic community. So where this grew, at the beginning of classical civilization, were kinship groups of clans, and at the beginning of our Western civilization were little self-sufficient villages across Europe in deep forests mostly, where these were of that isolated and different nature. Such communities are totalitarian. That is to say, everything that you get, which makes you a human being, you get from your community. But since in classical civilization they gradually built up a state, and eventually a totalitarian state, one of the reasons they built up a totalitarian state is this. Classicists, for centuries, could not see that there was a difference between a society and a state. When Aristotle says, the polis, I won't translate it, the polis, P-O-L-I-S, is a koinonia, a community. He means a totalitarian group which gives you everything. He says a man cut off from the polis is not a man. He just looks like a man. He's like a thumb cut off from a hand. It looks like a thumb, but it isn't. It's just a piece of meat. So the word polis in Aristotle and in Plato, and this is late, this is the 4th century, the society is already at least 6 centuries old. Now eventually the polis, of which there were many, was replaced by the imperium, of which there was one. But they continued to find it utterly impossible to see a distinction between the society in which you live, which gives you everything which makes you a man, rather than some kind of an animal, and the state, which has the monopoly or the large part of the political power in that society. So the polis, we say, was a city-state. It was a community, but it was also a state. And when they came to the imperium hundreds of years later, it was the same way. The imperium was a community. Now, in order to clarify this, I have to point out a few things. First, no other communities were approved of, and in many cases in Roman history, no other communities were permitted. Every society has what we might call the orthodox theory of the state for that society. And every society has the suppressed heresy of the state in that society. In the society of the classical antiquity, the orthodoxy was that the state is the community, and no one should desire any else. No one should desire a private life. Everybody's life should be public. Everyone should be prepared to give up anything, including his life, for the state, because the state is his community. And if he says, I'm going to go off and found my own commune, he, by that state, becomes a traitor. One of the first ones to do that was Epicurus, who was the 4th century B.C. And Epicurus said all he wanted to do was to sit down in a quiet garden with his friends and talk and ignore politics. We're rapidly approaching that in our society today, but we haven't reached the point yet where it's about mystical. Because we are like classical antiquity. We're trying to, in our society, to grind down individuals into identical atoms in a mass culture in which all communities are disapproved. And if any community wishes to stand apart, we will go in by force and bust them out or bust them in, or do anything that is necessary to make them become the kind of red-blooded Americans that all want to be. Now, then, the state in classical antiquity was totalitarian because it was regarded as a community. Now, once the classical civilization was gone, the whole configuration of civilized and cultural society in the West, at the west of Eurasia, was transformed. Where the Mediterranean Sea had been the site of classical civilization, it became instead, by the year 700, the barrier between Arabic civilization. I'll do it from your point of view. There's the Mediterranean Sea. Arabic civilization to the south, Byzantine civilization to the northeast, Western civilization to the northwest. And the Mediterranean, instead of being an area of communication, became an area of frontier with a different society. A community is not easy to define, but I would define it approximately this way. If you trust everyone you meet, automatically, until they prove to be unworthy of trust, then you are in your community. On the other hand, if you distrust everyone you meet, until they prove worthy of trust, then you are in an alien community. You're in Moscow, or someplace like that. This would be a workable definition, it seems to me, of the two. Now, if I go back to the history of Western civilization, which began around 600, what we see is an effort being made after the civilization got started to establish the kind of totalitarian state structure which had been successfully established just about 600 in Byzantium, or which was established shortly after this, 1650, in the Caliphate of Islamic civilization, or which was established at least by 600 or 700 BC in Cynic civilization. That is to say, I forget now what my line of thought would be here. A kind of monarchy, which I will give you now as a paradigm. It's called providential monarchy. And it is associated with the idea of a providential deity. To us today, who shove religion off into a corner somewhere and insist that religion mustn't have anything to do with communities, or certainly nothing to do with politics, or business, or many, many other things, it is hard perhaps to grasp that one of the most potent things in establishing the structure of the state in any civilization has always been men's ideas of the nature of deity. And I will not give you my paradigm for that. I will simply point out to you something which must be obvious to you. The deity, God, has many different attributes. He's creator, he's masculine, he's up, he's transcendental, that is, he's outside of the world of space and time, that was established by 500 BC. Eventually, he's one. That's what Muhammad insisted on. God is one. And then that he is omnipotent, all-powerful. Now I stop at this point. Providential empires never got further than this. Now the next thing that developed in our ideas of deity in Western civilization were that God is good. That was established by the prophet from the desert, certainly by the 5th century BC. And then came the Christian message that God is love. And then came the scholastic inference that God is pure reason by the year 1250 AD. Now, what you believe to be the nature of God in many civilizations, including our own, has helped to determine the structure of the society. And the crucial one I want to point out here is this. By 500 BC, in Western Asia, it was pretty well established that God is omnipotent. He can do anything. And there is nothing he cannot do. Thus, he is pure will. And at almost the same time came the other idea, which you find in Job, that God is good. But if God is good, he cannot do anything. He can only do things that are good. And if he can only do things that are good and cannot do things that are evil, then there is something higher than God. The rule of ethics. Thus the great contribution, even before Christ, moving toward the Western idea of deity, was the idea of transcendental ethical monotheism. To which Christ added that God is love. And so forth. And it always has sense. Now, if God is one, and God is all-powerful, and he can do anything, and he is providential, which means he interferes in the world, then whatever happens in the world is because he permitted it. And whatever he permitted, who the hell is any ordinary human being to question it? Now, if you read the Job, you'll see that this begins to come into that contradiction, that conversation, where Job is saying, God, you're running the world all wrong. You're letting bad people be elected president and so forth. You have to avoid it. Now, this is providential monarchy. Let me read what I wrote here about it. In providential monarchy, deity is, and it's Asiatic, heaven. Chinese word is yin, which means heaven. The idea in the original Indo-European was something like deus. Deus, from which Deus came, and from which Zeus, which is Zeus, came, and so forth. It meant bright, brilliant sky. That was the deity. And this was a being of willful and arbitrary omnipotence. And if there is a ruler on earth, that ruler was picked by the deity. This means you must accept whatever happens. It leads, of course, as you can see, to fatalism, even though they don't accept that in their actions frequently. And the ruler is the vicar of omnipotent will on earth. Now, this has a number of things. There is no rule of law. There is a rule of God's will. This is the heresy of the West. When the Crusades went to capture Jerusalem, and their war cry was, God rules it, they should have been rejected. This is not Western. Because the Western idea is that God gives man free will. And if he does evil things, he's responsible. And so forth. A totally different kind of thing. In the West, you get accordingly the rule of law. In providential monarchy, you do not get. You get the rule of will. And the slogan very quickly became, one God in heaven, one ruler on earth. Which meant that providential monarchs consistently tried to conquer the world. And these are the great world conquerors, and I've already said Genghis Khan was the greatest of them. And very much we'll study his government, his army, his whole attitude. It's a magnificent machine for world conquest and world rule as the vicar of heaven on earth. There are no constitutional rules of political succession in a providential monarchy. There are no constitutional rules of succession in Islamic civilization, in Byzantine civilization, or in Russian civilization, ever. And to talk about constitutional law in Russia is talk nonsense. Even right up to the end, there was no constitutional rule of succession. Alexander I left a note in his death saying that he wanted his second or third son, I forget which one it was, his second son, I believe, to be his successor. And that was an act of will, not an act of constitutional law. And this is the day, of course, in Russia today. Notice it's true in China. It always was true in China. China was a providential monarchy. But in the West, where we have the rule of law, where even God is under rules, the rules of ethics, you have a totally different situation, and you expect to have constitutional rules of political action, including the rules of political succession. Now, the Carolingian Empire, whose date it was built up in the course of 200 years approximately, let's say 687 to 887 approximately, 200 years, was an attempt to impose in the West a providential monarchy which was a heresy. Not in terms of the West's beliefs at the time, but in terms of the belief which were intrinsic in the nature of Western thought, including our belief in Christ. And in both of the Testaments. And while everyone that I read is full of praise about Charlemagne, Charlemagne was that kind of a willful man trying to do something that was impossible to do, which was to conquer practically the whole world. And he failed. The reason he failed was that he was doing it in a period of constantly deepening economic depression. And it was result of constant deepening economic depression, it became less and less possible even to conquer all the provinces of his own empire, and totally impossible to rule the provinces of his own empire. Because as the depression became worse and worse and worse, transportation broke down, all bridges collapsed. I've read some magnificent accounts of somebody trying to go from Chartres to Paris. I tried this in half an hour, I guess. I don't know, went through traffic. And it took them something like 11 days. When he got there, the horse died of exhaustion. And they had to do such things as try and patch holes in bridges by taking the shield so the horse wouldn't fall through and so forth. All right, all commerce disappeared. Everybody was reduced to living off of the piece of land they were on, and this became the communities which are the root organizational patterns of the West. The local communities, call it the parish, the village, or the manor, whatever you want. It's local, it is self-sufficient. And one of the chief reasons that you could not, and Charlemagne could not, conquer great distance was it became economically impossible to capture any fortified building. Because you couldn't stay there long enough, you couldn't take enough men and enough food there to start off the people inside, because anybody inside would have more food on hand than you could carry. And if you carried a small amount of food, then you had to take a small number of men, in that case they'd come out and chase you away. So, we got then, after Charlemagne, in the last Carolingian is 887, he was removed for not fighting the Vikings sufficiently vigorously. And for 100 years there was no ruler. Instead, the whole society, and we call this a Dark Age. There is nothing wrong with the Dark Age. Dark Ages are in many cases the most productive period in the history of any civilization. And certainly in Western civilization they were. Any of you have read Lynn White's book on the technological advances of the Dark Ages, such as the plow and so forth, and harnessing, and so forth, know that we got a great deal. But out of the Dark Age that followed the collapse of the Carolingian Empire, we got the most magnificent thing which we had in our society. The recognition that people can have a society without having a state. In other words, the recognition that people can have a society without having a state. In other words, it's wiped away by experience, the assumption that is found all through classical antiquity except by unorthodox and heretical thinking, that the state and the society are identical, and that a state such as the imperium must be a society, therefore you can desire nothing more than to be a citizen. And if you want to go down in a ghetto or catacomb and be with your cozy co-believers and so forth, then you are an enemy. Because you are violating the fundamental assumption. Now, again, to get to the structure after this document. The Mediterranean has become a barrier. In the north, much neglected in our history books, but of vital importance, the Vikings were pouring outward. Before 750, they were pouring outward. Ravens, slaves, pirates, men of violence and virility. And as you know, they occupied Iceland and they settled in Greenland and Newfoundland and so forth, and they went eastward into Russia and started the beginnings of Russian civilization. Now I call this Northern Monarchy. It started as individual groups of pirate raiders, but it ended up, and that would be from 750 or so to 930. Then there was a brief lull. From 980 for 1,000 years to about 1080, they were coming out as monarchies. That is organized state structure. We call this Northern Monarchy. I invented the title and had certain definite ideas. Where those ideas came from, I do not know. And it hasn't been discussed. It's possible that they got some of them from Byzantium, because the Vikings went across Russia all the way to the Black Sea and the Byzantine. It's possible that they got it from the Carolingians, something named the Carolingians. But notice the extraordinary thing about the Vikings, I can't spend too much time on it, that they went so far that they surrounded Europe. That is to say, the Vikings didn't just go to Newfoundland and places like that. They conquered Normandy in 911. They had conquered England several times, most recently in 1066. They had gone down and conquered southern Italy and Sicily. They had gone into Russia and it opened up the trade across Russia from the north down to the south. They had even attacked Constantinople and eventually had become the highest mercenary. And the extraordinary thing is this, that in the battle in 1018 in southern Italy, Normans of Viking descent fighting on the side of the coast were in battle with so-called Varangians of Viking descent fighting in behalf of the Byzantine Empire. So there they had gone all the way around and were fighting. That Northern Monarchy is of very great significance, and it has things which seem very precocious. For example, it raised a military force, and it raised taxes on the basis of assessment on plots of land, which in England we call hives, but they have different names, they're found in Russia too. They had standing armies. Archaeologists recently, that is to say in the last 25 years, have found 3 large camps in Denmark, built about the year 1000 by the king Sven Forkbeard, where his standing army was ready at any moment to embark in the ship and go off. The success of the Vikings, like the success of the raiders of the steppes of Asia, was in its mobility. But where the steppes of Asia mobility was based on horseback riding with an excellent weapon, the composite bow, the threat of the Vikings was their mobility on water. And they also had missile weapons. But by the year 1000, in Western Europe, you had a two-class society. Peasants who produced food, and then a small percentage of fighters who fought on horseback with sharp weapons. And who, if they, that is, with spears, and who, if they were lucky, had a fortified house in which to live. That's all they needed. So we have a two-class society. Now, eventually, that two-class society began to develop. And when we come to the year 1150, we find that a new class has appeared as a separate class, the clergy. I won't say how this happened. So what you have is a monarch at the top. You have the nobility who have weapons. You have the clergy. And you have the peasants at the bottom. But as I say, by the middle of the 12th century, you also have the beginnings of promise, the rise of towns, the appearance of the middle class of commercial traders. So you have commercial traders. What the king did at the top was build up a bureaucracy. That is, a group of people who could write, keep records, to handle cases of justice in his court, to keep track of the money he could raise in his treasury, and he built up these. Now there's the king, there is the feudal lords, Carroll, there are the clergy, there are the bourgeoisie, the middle class, and there are the peasants who are out of it. All through this, they're out of it. They never have played any major political role. At first, the king used the clergy to gradually take away from the lords, the fighting men, powers that would make him stronger and stronger to build up a bureaucracy by doing it. But soon he discovered you can't trust the clergy. They are frequently much too loyal to the bishop or even to the pope. By that time, according to the king, built up his bureaucracy out of the bourgeoisie. He took the sons of middle-class, town-dwelling, commercial people who could read and write and count and put them in his bureaucracy. And this meant that you had the king of the bureaucracy recruiting and to some extent obtaining financial support from the bureaucracy, from the bourgeoisie. And it meant that the feudal lords and at least the upper clergy tended to come together and to cooperate in resistance to this. A 100 years after the last Carolingian died in 887, a microscopic lord near Paris was permitted by the 7 or 8 great lords who surrounded him, much more powerful than he was, to take the royal title. His name was Hugh Capet. The date is 987. Hugh Capet was the first of the Capetian kings, and he was allowed to take that title because he was so weak. They would not have permitted him any strength. In fact, the title of king, he was also allowed to take the title of suzerain, which means he was the top man in the feudal system. I will not attempt to define the feudal system if you don't know. So here the suzerain is combined with the king in a man who has no power, and it was done because he was pious and religious and weak. Now, as suzerain, he didn't have the powers of a real suzerain. A suzerain is simply a feudal lord that has no feudal lord above him. Because the feudal lords below him, who were technically his vassals, did not perform military service, did not come to his court to settle disputes, and had very little to do with it. But nevertheless, the power of his religious aura allowed him gradually to accumulate more and more and more power. Now, I want to say a few words about the title of king. King is a religious title. It means a ruler who has been consecrated with holy oils by an archbishop in an archiepiscopal cathedral. It's a ceremony very similar to the sacrament of confirmation. You're anointed with holy oil, and you thus become a kind of a special thing. This power of king allowed him to assume certain things, such as the king should see that everyone gets justice. The king should see that everyone gets protection. The king's peace, in other words. He will seek justice on earth with God's blessing. To the vassals, that meant that the Capetians should provide ethical and moral support for their individual political rights, which to them was exactly what they wanted. The interesting thing is that in 1792, when Louis XVI was going to the scaffold in the French Revolution, he still believed this, that the obligation that he had as a king was to support the rights of everyone, including the nobles and the church. So it was a powerful feeling. This was the central core of the old regime, and it cannot be emphasized too much. The king is the source of justice. Now, with this, I want to combine something else which is difficult, perhaps. The idea of property. In classical antiquity, we sum up in the word proprietas. It means possessing all the innumerable and unnumerable rights in an object, maybe with a few specific restraints. In other words, you have a car that will drive 150 miles an hour, but you're not supposed to drive 150 miles an hour. But it's your car. And you can drive it not to other people drive, you can rent it, you can sell it. In other words, that's proprietas. Proprietas is the sum of innumerable and undesignated rights in an object. This was not the medieval idea of property. The medieval idea of property was specific rights. And the word that we use is dominion, D-O-M-I-N-I-A, which is plural, meaning rights. Now, the obligation of the Capetian king was to preserve everyone's dominion. This meant that if there is an object, a piece of land, and a dozen people have certain rights on it, his job is to preserve their rights. And this includes, since he's under the law, his own property. Because it isn't his, it's the monarchy's, it's the family's. This means he cannot alienate his own property. It isn't his own. He cannot alienate the domain, we call it, the property of the monarchy. He gradually was assuming the dimly remembered powers that monarchy had had in the past, to coin money, to call out the whole people for military service in an emergency, to see that all men lived in peace and had justice, to grant municipalities rights of self-government, or to recognize specifically their rights of self-government, to protect the church and religion, to regulate commerce, particularly exports, so that there would be no shortage of food for the people. That's 6 things which were incumbent upon him as king. The last 4 of these are what in French public law is known as la police, the policy. That is, administrative power to use discretion in an emergency or a complicated social situation. Now, building up these, one of the greatest assets which the Capetians had was that for 8 generations they produced sons. From 987 to 1328, they produced sons. And in 1328, when they didn't produce sons, there were brothers. In fact, it first started in 1814. there were several brothers, and the brothers had sons. The much more powerful feudal lords which surrounded the Capetian Duke of France originally did not have so much luck. For one thing, they took a lot of risks. They went off to the Crusades and things like that. And as their families died out and they had no heirs, a right that existed to the king as Sutherland was exercised. This is the right of escheat. That if a territory, a group of dominion, has no heirs, it comes back to the king who can give it out to someone else. In this way, the kings were able gradually, and it took them till 1493, to get the territorial unity of France. But in getting the territorial unity of France, they didn't get the power in those territories. They simply replaced the existing lords, and because they were king, because they were under the obligation to preserve everyone's dominia, they were even less powerful when they became Duke of Normandy, Count of Flanders, Count of Anjou, Duke of Burgundy, or any of these other titles that were gradually accumulating. They were less powerful in those appanage, we call them, those territories, than the rulers that they were replacing, who were not under the obligation to be that law-abiding and that subject to the rules of what is right. There grew up then gradually a legalized confusion of extremely limited sovereignty. Because any act that a person did which was profitable or advantageous to him, if he did it long enough, he acquired a right to do it. We have in English law, this is called the right of prescription. But in English law, the right of prescription does not run against the state. In other words, if you do something and you do it for 30 years, you may have the right to do it against a private person who has private property. But you do not have such a right against the state. You may notice that every few years, Rockefeller Center in New York is roped off and you're not allowed to walk between the buildings. This is to break your prescriptive right to walk across between the buildings. 1338 to 1453. And in this, the king obtained royal taxation, a royal army, and a royal system of justice. We got something which is typical of the West, the rule of lawyers and judges. And there were three periods in the history of the West in which we have been overwhelmed by lawyers and judges who tell us again and again that you cannot do certain things because of it illegal, even if these things are absolutely essential to be done. That would be from 1350 to about 1480 or so, such a period. Again, from about 1690 through the French Revolution, 1789, was a revolt against this mass that was legalistic, couldn't do it. And in our own day, where judges and lawyers are running everything, and we are obsessed by it. But it's part of the tradition of the West, and it goes back, and the French Revolution is, of course, the violent response to that situation. Now, after about 1370, let me much more brief. The English attempt to conquer France was hopeless. They could win battles, but they could not control territory. Eventually, all they did was go out and plunder, kill people, burn villages, seize rich people, pay ransom, and so forth, living off the country, and they believed that if they punished the French people in this way, the French people would realize the King of France would not protect them, and therefore they should turn their allegiance to the King of England and recognize the King of France. Said this because what the French people up to that point had been thinking was that the local laws should protect. And when he was unable to protect them, instead of shifting their allegiance to the King of England, they shifted their allegiance from the local laws to the King of France. This brings us peace in such things as Joan of Arc, 1429, who summoned the whole religious loyalty and allegiance of France to a very considerable degree to focus it on this pious weakling, I suppose in many ways, the tyrant man, the so-called Dauphin. And she insisted that he must go to Rheims and be coronated. And she insisted that if everybody rallied, they would go out to the English. Well, the English were thrown out in about 25 years. That king, Charles VII, I think is one of the most important of French kings, although this is not widely recognized. 2 years ago, a new biography of him appeared in English, and it is almost worth it. By a lady named Carroll. Notice he was king, technically I suppose, from 1422 to 1461, and the war ended in 1453, although they didn't have a peace treaty until 1492, I believe it was. So he had a number of years after the war ended, in which he was king. And what he did, he tried to solidify the dominion of France in the way that they should be kept, because that was the custom, and that was the right of everyone. To do this, he did a number of things. He established a royal army with a systematic system of taxation to support it. But two other things much more important. In the pragmatic sanction of wars, 1438, he codified the rights of the church in France, and these were the rights of the church in France against the king, as well as against the pope. An autonomous church, electing its own members, its own bishops, controlling its own property, and so forth. That's 1438, while the war was still going on. And then in 1457, 4 years after the war, he issued, and this is amazing, he issued an edict, Montiel-Latour, Montiel-Latour. I don't find it mentioned in most history books. It certainly is the most important edict, probably, that was in the old regime. It was an order for every locality to write down the local customs. It took 150 years to do it, and many people revised. But by 1580, which is where we're talking, there were 365 law codes of the local customs in France, and these were the binding laws, which meant he had condemned France to what we would call legal disunity. So although he had territorial unity, he had every other kind of legal disunity. Taxes were different everywhere because the way it was customary to do it. There were tolls preventing farmers from moving everywhere. There was no unity of the judicial system. At one time, there were 14 Supreme Courts. And this disunified condition was the condition which led inevitably to the French Revolution. Although it took hundreds of years to reach that inevitable status. Never look after the simple. No modern state in 1789 could survive which had different systems of weights and measures for every commodity in every village practically or in every district, which had different laws, so that Voltaire said you change law every time you change your post, which had conflicting jurisdictions, which had different rates of pay, so that rich paid nothing in taxes and poor paid a great deal, and other places rich paid a great deal. I mean, it was just hell, because whatever was custom, and under the prescriptive right, that custom was dominion, and dominion was the law. And as a result, in 1789, we find a solution to a problem which, when I was younger than even the students who were here, struck me right from the day. I always had the eye of a child. I said, if the King of France is absolute, in 1789, all the books say it was, how could he be bankrupt? Unless the country was bankrupt. And no one claims that France was bankrupt in 1789. France was among the wealthy countries of Europe. So if the king is absolute, there's no reason why he could use that good power to raise the money that he needs from a wealthy economic system such as existed in France. This is one of the reasons I studied this subject, and what I found was the king of France was not absolute, he was not even sovereign, and indeed, he had reached perhaps the peak of his power around 1520, and by 1576, when we're ending this lecture, already his power was collapsing. And it collapsing into a growing morass of increasingly rigid restraint. I'll give you one example, and then you can leave a little bit. The king could not borrow because he had no collateral. If everything he has belongs to the monarchy doesn't belong to him, then he cannot put up any of these royal possessions as collateral on a loan. He says, I'd like to borrow 100,000 livres, and someone says, well, what can you put up? Well, if you could get a necklace or something from the queen that wasn't part of the royal dominion, that might be all right. But he had to borrow millions. So he had no credit. What he did was, for centuries, he couldn't alienate property, so he alienated incomes. And by 1789, every income that he had coming in had already been committed to some expense, so that his ancestors had said to someone, I want you to do this, and if you do this, you will take this income from this place. And in many cases, they lost track. So when he wanted to borrow money, he could say, all right, they'll give me money. He would say, I'll never pay it back, but I will pay you the interest on it. And you get the interest from this income, which has just come free, because the family that's been getting it for 300 years has died out, and now this income is free. It yields, let us say, 100,000 a year, and at 10% interest, you will give me $1 million. And then you'll have 100,000 a year. And if you ever want your money, you can always sell an income of 100,000 a year to anybody for $1 million. Now, he had to find in 1561, enormous sums of money. I won't explain how he got so badly in debt at that time. And what he did was, the city of Paris said that they would do it. They would guarantee these loans that were given to him, but they needed guarantees the interest would be paid. And the Church of France volunteered to pay the interest, because they won't do the other deal to pay. This made, within 100 years, 150 years, the Church of France stronger and more of a sovereign political entity than the monarchy itself. But we'll have to say that the next Wednesday. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Last time, I portrayed the sweep that's been consumed in 1,000 years as a period in 976, when we had no state at all. All power was private power. But we also had really no individual. That is, no isolated individuals. All that we had were individuals so deeply embedded in local communities, local self-sufficient communities, that their power relationships within which they functioned were in their day-to-day activities, and the controls of their behavior were almost totally internalized in their neurological and hormone systems, so that they obeyed what seemed to them to be their inner compulsions, and what they were doing was fulfilling the functions which they had in this interwoven community structure, which changed so slowly that even with a long life, and of course most people in those days did not live long lives, but even in a long life, let us say of 60 or 70 years, almost no changes would be noticed by anyone in the patterns that were fitting, which they had embedded inside of themselves. And at the end of the 1,000-year period, in the year in which we now are, we no longer have communities, except shattered, broken, crippled ones, isolated ones. Instead, we have a state of monstrous power and frustrated individuals, isolated individuals, the state and the individuals working together from opposite sides to destroy what we have left of communities. Local, family, or whatever they might be. Over this long period of 1,000 years, the growth of the state, which is our subject, is marked by the beginnings of public power, the appearance of a state apparatus of a very primitive kind made up of the king and his assistants, which eventually became a monarch and a bureaucracy. And around this core, there gradually accumulated sufficient activities to make what we would regard as a public authority, and eventually a state. And the mark of that can be most clearly, I think, indicated by the development of what we call sovereignty. Without sovereignty, I do not think we would say that a state is much of a state, although we might call it that. Now, there's been a great deal of talk in books about sovereignty, not, unfortunately, in history books very much, but no one has ever bothered to define it. And from my study of the growth of the state, I have been able to, it seems to me, put together what sovereignty consists of, at least historically in the tradition of our Western civilization. And it seems to me it has 8 functions or aspects, and the approximate order in which they appeared are these. First, all human needs require that a person live and cooperate with other people for satisfaction. None of us can satisfy any significant human need by acting alone in a state of nature. The two fundamental ones from the beginning are that the group within which a community is satisfying its functions and needs must be defended from outside attack. So the first aspect is defense. Secondly, disputes and conflicts within the group must be settled so that insiders do not fight with each other, but cooperate rather than open themselves to enemy attack. So defense is first against outsiders. Judicial activity is second, settling disputes among insiders. The third one is very difficult to talk about. I once, years ago, gave a whole course upon it. The administrative power. The French word for it, that is in the study of French public law, and most of my study was done in the French language and in French public law, is la police. It does not mean police, it rather means policy. And I suppose the best way to define it would be to say the power to take those discretionary actions which are necessary for the continued existence of the community. In the Middle Ages and in the Dark Ages with which I began in 976, when the chief need was the food supply. And by the 18th century, the early 18th century, in France, if you simply said la police, what it meant was control of the grain trade. However, in strict legal understanding, it meant much more. For example, it meant what emergency measures would be taken and who would order them if a plague appeared, that the dead must be buried the same day, and things of this kind. That everyone must get a swine flu injection. La police. Now, notice it's nothing that you can designate, but it's the most significant power, administrative power. And when I taught the subject, I pointed out and shocked the students by saying, in my opinion, it is almost the most important of the 8 aspects of sovereignty, and there is no provision whatever for it in the Constitution of the United States. And when people talked in terms of 3 branches of government, or 3 aspects of government, as they did sometimes in England, they tended to call, as the Lord Chief Justice of England, Lord Hewitt, did around 1935, the headless 4th branch of government. He wrote a book whose title was The New Despotism, the headless 4th branch of the government. And yet I could show him that where 1,000 years before his book it had existed as one of the attributes of what is necessary to keep a community or a group of people cooperating together and keep it functioning. La police. I emphasize that the power is discretionary, and the finest example I can give you of that is a police officer directing traffic at a busy intersection, who has the power to start and stop the traffic as he judges fit, and enforce that with the power of the state. And it does not obey any of the rules of public authority which the common lawyers of today insist is necessary. But I might as well keep my passion on that subject, the 3rd lecture, where they destroyed the efforts to create administrative power in this country. When the Interstate Commerce Commission was created, that was the first effort, in 1889, and have since absolutely paralyzed and made it impossible a number of things. One was insisting that it must use the procedures of common law courts, which is nonsense. The discretionary power. That's just as if you asked that a policeman who's directing traffic down here at the Key Bridge end of M Street should obey the common law procedural requirements. All right, that is the third. The fourth is, quite obvious, the taxing power. Mobilizing resources for public purposes. Notice that the French government, when the French Revolution started in 1789, did not have the taxing power, but I'll get back to that. The third is legislative power. Now here there's always been confusion, because for many centuries, and certainly back in 976, there was no legislative power. And yet there were laws and the rules, and the reason was that in a society largely dominated by communities in which personal behavior is largely controlled by internalized control, in such a situation, the rules are not made by an outsider. You discover what the rules are by observing how people act, and according to the law was found and not made. And it was a very drastic innovation when we shifted from finding the law to making the law, and we haven't really yet made that transition completely in the common law countries, where we still say that the judges are finding the law as if by looking back to previous decisions rather than previous actions of people. But originally the law was found, and when the world judges first began to go around them and trying cases, they never said, this is the law. They gathered together a group of men, sworn local people, and they said, what do you do in a case like this? And they said, we generally do this. Now, in some cases, they would look puzzled and say, the memory of no one here has had such a case. Let's say it's arson or something of this kind. And then the judge would say, well, in traveling around England trying cases, I have found that the most common rule is, and thus we established the common law. So the common law in England was the law which the royal judges discovered going around and finding out what the law was, and fitting in gaps with what was common to England. Notice, the common law in England was a royal creation from true local custom. The law in France, as I showed you last time, was the writing down of local customs in all of their diversity. The legislative process, I'll say very little more about it, but the first examples of writing down were not regarded as making new rules at all. They were simply promulgation of custom. And it was a long time before people realized that we did, in fact, have a legislative process going in and were making new rules. It was centuries before people knew this. All right, that's the fifth aspect, legislation. The sixth aspect we might as well call executive, and it's a relatively little important. It's the enforcement of laws and judicial decisions. And the executive action became increasingly necessary as time went on, communities disintegrated, and people's behavior became less and less subject to internalized control and had to become increasingly subject to externalized control, such as force, duress, threat, fines, restitution, or other kinds of outside external pressure. Today we think almost entirely in terms of law and order. If somebody campaigns for the presidency in law and order, what he's saying is he's going to intensify the external controls upon behavior that people don't approve of. Executive. Now, the last two are of tremendous importance, and they are perhaps the most important today, and yet they are rarely discussed in connection with sovereignty. The seventh is money control. I pointed out last time that from the very beginning, going back to the very earliest days, I would say before 500 BC, coinage and control of money was one of the attributes of royalty. But of course today it includes much more than just coinage. It means the creation and control of money and credit, and in the English-speaking world, this is not a part of sovereignty. It is in private hands, even though it is perhaps the most important power that exists in a society such as ours today. And the last aspect of sovereignty, the incorporating power. That is, the right to say that a group of people is a single legal entity. That is to create corporations. This did not exist in the English-speaking world until slightly it existed in the Roman law always. One of the distinctive things different about the Roman law was that all there existed was the imperium, public authority, and individuals. That's all there existed. If there existed any other legal groups, and by legal I mean that they had the right to own property and to sue or be sued in court, then they had to have some kind of a charter from the imperial power to justify this. Now, of course, with the fall of Rome, that ceased entirely, and corporations in the year 970, and there were thousands from all over Europe, many of them ecclesiastical, but some other kinds as well. It was never quite clear, for example, whether each diocese was a corporation, whether each parish was a corporation. Certainly, we generally knew that each monastery or convent was a corporation, and so forth, but there were certainly thousands of them, and they did not have any charter of incorporation. All right, those are the 8 aspects of sovereignty. Now, once I have shown them in this way, it's quite clear that when I come to the end of tonight's lecture in 1789, very few states in Europe will have all of them. And indeed, when I begin the lecture tonight in 1576, almost no state in Europe had all of them. However, we could, if a state had a good try at them, and had 6 of them or so, and had most of 6 of them at least, we might say it was a sovereign state, or sovereign entity. Now, the next aspect is, how was it possible to build up a sovereign entity around the basic core which had to exist, because unless there was something there of an administrative nature, and in almost every case what was there are a few exceptions, city-states, like Venice and so forth, which did not have a monarch. But all extensive landed territories had a monarch. Unless that monarch had assistance, which I would call a bureaucracy, then you could hardly expect that the attributes of sovereignty would accumulate. In accumulating them, however, the king and his bureaucrats needed something else. They needed allies outside. And they found the reason they needed these allies is, of course, they needed money. They needed personnel, which I mentioned last time. That is, people who could read and write and keep records, count their money, and so forth. And these people would have a seal indicating they were doing it by authority of the king, and so forth, and the collection of seals is quite interesting. I've been in archives where the seals lying around, loose on the floor, and I did want to pick up a couple. One in particular that was a beautiful Richard III, I believe it was, seal of green wax. But they would only let me take two that were lying there. They were papal bulls of the late medieval period. They had somehow been cut off. Papal bulls are only about as big as a quarter in their leg, with very garish silk strings attaching them to the document. They break off quite easily. The garish strings are either they're bright yellow and red together. Both. Now, the gradual development in the 1,000 years that we're concerned with, which we would call economic expansion and growth, and the resulting social changes, made it possible for the monarchy to find a rise. And I don't believe I will take the time to write them on the board here, but I will say at the beginning, all that we had were lords and serfs, a kind of a two-class system. Then, when the king began to appeal with his bureaucracy, and we'll put him outside of the classes, the lords separated, and that was in the 13th century, the 11th century as a result of the investiture struggle, into the lords spiritual, that's the clergy, and the lords temporal, what we would call the nobility, and the peasants. So you have a three-class system. And eventually the beginnings of commerce and the growth of towns gave rise to a middle class, the merchants, the burghers, and you would put them in there. So you would now have peasants, burghers, nobles, clergy, and above it all still the king with his bureaucracy. That you would have those by the year 1300, very clearly established. Within 150 years, when they reached a great crisis, in fact, they reached a crisis within 50 years, you had an additional one. In the cities, craftsmen, in guilds, woodworkers, leather workers, people of this kind, and you might make a distinction and say that not every landlord was a noble. There were lesser landlords who were not nobles. And in fact, in England, they were a very vitally important group. They're frequently called the gentry. That would be, let us say, around 1400 or certainly 1450, and you would thus have the clergy, nobles, gentry, burghers, craftsmen, peasants. And then if we come up past this night's lecture in the 19th century, past 1776, you would find that you had a new kind of bourgeoisie in the city, the industrial bourgeoisie, and this created a new kind of working class in the city, the proletariat, while craftsmen were being pushed aside and so forth. I won't come up to that now. Now, what the monarch had to do was to find allies down below in order to accumulate powers where he would be resisted. His first ally, of course, was the clergy, and he was resisted by the nobility. But soon the clergy and the nobility allied together, and he was being resisted by them jointly. He found then allies in the bourgeoisie, in the merchants, the sons of merchants who could read and write and count, and indeed were much more loyal to the king than any clergy had ever been. And in England and other places, they found allies amongst the gentry. In Eastern Europe, in Germany, the Junker, younger sons of the landed class, and so forth. Notice that at no time, at least in the first two lectures, did the king find any allies worth talking about in what was really the most important group in society, the peasants who were producing the food for everyone else. And one of the things in my studies that I've been making in the past 10 years on this whole problem has been that it is of no use to have something, no matter how essential it is, and expect that it will be a source of power. If you take basic things that everyone needs, like food, and I assume sex, maybe health, things of this kind, you will never find the possession of these has ever given the possessors or the people who supply the community with them enough power to play any role in political action. So we just leave the peasants out of it. Not all of these thus obtained status and became a focus of political authority. Those that did form what is the subtitle of the lecture tonight, a state. And the number of estates which should exist in a community is no real criterion or sign of the number of social classes that they have. I've given you 6 social classes here that many places had, let us say, in 1789. I don't know any country that had 6 estates, however. In England, they had 2 estates, the Lord, temporal, and spiritual, and then the Commons. And the Commons was made up of the gentry from the shires and the bourgeoisie from the municipalities. So they had then 4 classes, but only 2 houses. Now, the significant thing in English history, which I want to emphasize, is that England did have what you certainly would call, I think, a sovereign state very early, certainly by 1400. And it had that sovereign state, however, not in the hands of the king, but instead in the hands of a joint corporation, known technically as Rex in Parlamento, the king in Parliament. And this possessor of sovereignty, Rex in Parlamento, or Prince in Parliament, if you wish, is, I'm quite sure, and I haven't investigated it exhaustively, is quite sure it is not just English. It's Northern monarchy. In other words, you'll find the oldest parliament in the world today, and it's more than 1,000 years old, is in Iceland, and other old ones are in Norway and Denmark and places like this. And this idea of a ruler having power to do almost anything, if the parliament agrees, is the real basic background of a tremendous political power like Gustavus Adolphus in the 1630s, in the 30 Years' War. All right, that is in England. But if you go into France, you'll find there are 3 estates. There's the clergy, the nobility, and the rest, called the third. In France, there was a certain representation there for the peasants. They did have representatives the same as anybody else. But as you certainly know, the so-called Estates General did not meet for 175 years. It was not called to assemble after 1614 until it was forced to be called to meet in 1789, and that's what started the French Revolution. And the reason it wasn't called was because the king did not want more problems than he had. And he would have had more. All right, now, if you go further east, you'll find places where there are 4, and there are some places where there are 5 estates. And in the course of history, some of them change. They eliminate groups until finally they reduce the number, and so forth. Now, the next point that I have to make is extraordinarily complex. I have to make a distinction, which I have already been developing, that as you go across Europe, the situation is quite different the further east you go. I've already showed you a tremendous difference between England and France. But there are 2 other zones that we must deal with. France goes from the English Channel to the Rhine. Western Germany goes from the Rhine to the Elbe River. Eastern Europe goes from the Elbe River to the Pink marshes or the Pripyat River, which is considerably east of Warsaw and is the national boundary between Europe and Asia, and is very close to the actual boundary today between Russia and Poland. It's a little further east. Now, these four had totally different experiences, and I want to look at them a little bit. Let me glance at my notes. I say zonal differences. These zonal differences became crucial in what happened to monarchical authority and the state power, depending upon what happened to the estate. So I think it's perfectly justifiable to call this 200 years the age of the state. If we look at the four parts of Europe which I have put here, a general rule which you might keep in mind is that the more extensive the power, that is, the greater acreage you had, the less intense it was. Extension at the sacrifice of intention. By intention I mean, how far down socially does the royal power go? And you will find that in almost no place did the royal power go down where it interfered with the behavior of peasants, which would be 80% of the whole population. I won't go there. I could give you a periodization of this, but there's no point of it. Now, these four sections are usually introduced by saying it's like a ham sandwich. That is to say, England and Eastern Europe are similar in certain ways, although very different in others. The chief similarity I want to point out at once is this. England was an area of large estates. Eastern Europe was an area of large estates. But France and West Germany were areas of family-sized farms. In the Middle Ages, if we go back to 976, no one owned the land. People had rights of usage in the land. But eventually some troublemaker, and according to Rousseau he should have been struck dead or something, asked, who owns this land? The question should never have been asked. That is asking, who has proprietas in this land? Instead, they should have continued, as the Middle Ages did, what dominia exists in this land and who owns them? And that's what you'll find in the questions that William the Conqueror asked in 1087 when he sent out people in the Doomsday Survey. They asked not who owns it. They said, of whom is this land held? Who holds it? What people live upon it? What obligations do they have? And questions of this kind, which makes it possible rather dimly to use the Doomsday Survey to create a social structure of England in 1087. Now, these changes, and you can see how drastic it is. If England had large estates, serfdom ended in England by 1300. By 1300 in Eastern Europe, serfdom was really just beginning. And they also had large estates. In Eastern Europe, serfdom was still there, and in Germany by 1800, and only the defeats by Napoleon made them make up their mind that they had to abolish it in approximately 1808. As you know, if we leave Europe and go into Asia, in Russia, they did not abolish serfdom until 1863, just before the time we freed our slaves. So the history of serfdom is entirely different. It was eliminated just about totally in England simply because people, instead of working on someone's land a couple of days a week, paid him money, a penny a day. So they made an agreement, you won't have to work for me anymore, and I'm just as glad because I'm not going to grow things to eat. I'm going to grow wool from sheep or something of this kind. So you owe me 2 days' work a week, give me 2 pennies a week instead. Unfortunately, in the English judges, and I'll show you why in a moment, said that payment is rent. And if it's rent, it's an indication that the Lord owns the land. Therefore, the peasant has no real rights in the land, or he wouldn't be paying rent. Now, in France, those obligations to work and to do other things, what we call manorial dues, still existed in the French Revolution and were not abolished until the 4th of August of 1789, but they were not of great significance. They were a nuisance. And they did not involve weak work or things of that kind. That all had been paid off and had been paid off by money which had, because of the inflation, and the whole history of France, the history of inflation, shows that the value of money had become so small that the payment that had been agreed upon was hardly worth collecting. Now, let us look at a number of things. What law existed in these? In England, the common law, I told you. It was the law that was found in France. It was the local customs which had been written down. In Germany, West Germany, a totally different situation. We had, in the western part of Europe, in the 16th century, what we call Ren and Ref, Renaissance and Reformation. But in Germany they had Ren and Ref and Rex, the reception, because they generally took over the Roman law in the 16th century. And this meant that the prince became the head, and if he can make Roman law be obeyed, he becomes sovereign in that way. And he used that power to protect the land holding of the peasantry, rather than to protect the rights of the nobles or the clergy. Furthermore, as a result of the Renaissance, the prince in Western Germany also became head of the church. Well, that's the way it was in Roman law. The Roman emperor was supreme pontiff, Pontifex Maximus, the head chief judge of all the priests in the Roman system, and so forth. So, by the reception of the Roman law, Western Germany became sovereign. The king became, or the prince, because most of them were not kings. The reason they were not kings is that you couldn't adopt the title of king in the Holy Roman Empire except with the permission of the emperor. And the emperor would not generally allow that unless you paid him off, or was somebody, for instance, the Wittelsbach family, he could trust. That's in Bavaria, so he allowed them to be called king of Bavaria. But he couldn't trust the Hohenzollern up in the north, in Prussia, so they could not become king of Brandenburg. They were elector of Brandenburg, but when they wanted to take the title of king, in 1701, they could not take it in the Holy Roman Empire, so they took it in Prussia, which was outside of the Holy Roman Empire to the east. And the correct name was not King of Prussia, although within 100 years that was adopted. It was King in Prussia. So he was elector of Brandenburg and king in Prussia, without the Habsburg, because they were mostly the emperors were Habsburg, without their permission. Now, if you go further east, what happened is the rulers did not have the money, and above all, could not find the skilled personnel to keep his record. He couldn't build up the bureaucracy. He did not want to build up the bureaucracy out of town people, and the towns were few and far between. Furthermore, the towns in Germany were collapsing into a long period of depression, beginning around, right in the Renaissance period, certainly by 1500. So what they did generally, the princes in Eastern Europe, is that they used for their bureaucracy the younger sons, that's where the word Junker comes from, or the nobility themselves and the gentry themselves, and they used them as their administrators. But they did not pay them, so they were not paid officials. And naturally, as administrators, they would be administrators only in their own localities, where they would systematically administer to their own benefit and not necessarily to the benefit of the ruler, the prince. Now, as a result of this, all the earlier monarchs in that period, in that area, in Eastern Europe, vanished. And generally, the state that they represented vanished with them. It's worth pointing this out. Why did these kingdoms, Lithuania, or principalities, Transylvania, Kingdom of Bohemia, above all the Kingdom of Poland, why did they vanish? And the answer is, they vanished because the prince or king found himself facing an estate that was made up very largely of landlords, and he could not get the money or the skilled bureaucracy or the other things that he needed. He really couldn't even get the army, because without money he couldn't hire mercenaries. And as a result, they were able to destroy him. Now, how they destroyed him was this, in most cases. They refused to admit that his family had any hereditary rights to the throne. And it is correct that kingship originally was not a hereditary title. It was an elective title. And it was only after years that it gradually became accepted that the kingship should be inherited, and inherited by fundamental laws of the monarchy. These elected kingships were suicidal, not just for the kingship, but for the country itself. The reason is that the estates would elect as king only that man who promised to reduce the royal power the most. We almost got a competition in this in the 1976 election. If we had Ford and Reagan running against each other, and I would just sort of like to see that, except you'd have to take one or the other, I suppose, and there's not really any choice, but they would be saying, I will govern less, I will cut back taxes, I will cut back big government, I will do all these kind of things to reduce the government. Now, this is what the elected monarchs of Eastern Europe did, and as they did this, they eventually had no powers at all. And at that point, you got the military revolution, which began about 1440, and which was well established by 1579. By the military revolution, I mean this. The previous weaponry, particularly in Eastern Europe, was mounted nobles on horseback with spears, in what we would call knights. But after 1500, and certainly after 1400, these were not successful. Infantrymen with spears, such as the Swiss pikemen, or infantrymen, if they could be protected by spearmen or by obstacles of various kinds, who had missile weapons, such as guns, arquebusiers, and above all, artillery, which would smash down the castles of nobles, were necessary not only to control the nobles in your own country, as the King of France did and the King of England did, but it was also necessary to protect your country against outside invaders. And the estates controlled by landlords in Eastern Europe refused to permit that military revolution. They would rather go down to defeat as an obsolete system of weaponry if they could be certain that they would retain control of all the people who lived on their estate, which the king had already granted to them. And this is why you got, in Eastern Europe, large estates, increasingly prevalent and abject serfdom, the domination of a landed group, and even one, as you know, in Poland, they even established that if a single landlord said no, it couldn't be done. The free veto. It's as if we had a parliamentary body that any time it made a decision, it had to be unanimous. And the reason is because they were going to stick together and they would get what they could in their own little area. But they were anti-cities. They did not want people in cities who were trading. If any trading went on, they wanted it themselves. And they wanted foreigners, such as the Dutch or the Swedes or others, to come, or the Germanic cities or the Hanseatic cities, to come right into their estates in the Vistula River and others, and they would then trade to them the goods that they were producing with serf labor. That is grain, wool, hide, lumber, things of this kind. So as a result, Eastern Europe fell backward into a colonial area. Its trade and its middle class more or less vanished. The cities became of no importance, and the trade in the cities was largely taken over by foreigners and aliens, many of them Jews. And this is where the ghettos and tails of Eastern European cities came. Incidentally, this is not unique just in Poland. It went on in many other places because this was a regular process where you have a landed group in control of a society. They are very likely to destroy commercial activity and allow it to fall in the hands of foreigners and aliens, like the Ottoman Empire allowed it to fall in the hands of French and Greeks and various others. The people in Russia allowed it to fall in the hands of Greeks and various others, and so forth. This is a widely prevalent system. Another thing that marks a difference here, and I'm not going to give all of the differences, is corporated bodies cease to be of much significance. In other words, guilds cease to be important, the same way with towns. And these are the two key secular corporate bodies that we would find. And indeed, the church, as corporate bodies, tended to become part of the landlord system also. So that a prince or a princely family would also be the archbishop and the bishop. And in some cases, as in Prussia, Albert of Brandenburg, who was bishop in at least 3 different places, and archbishop, I believe, in 2 places, became the prince, the Hohenzollern prince of Prussia, which meant that he was taking over these corporations. On the other hand, in Western Europe, corporative systems, the guilds, and above all the towns, have a vitality and life of their own and an independent role in law, in spite of the fact that in a truly sovereign state, you would not have corporations unless they had an incorporating charter, as I've indicated to you. Generally, in the period of the state, governing functions were not centralized, they were not uniform, they were assigned to different persons, different groups, different boards, different committees, and on an ad hoc basis, without any rational distinction, such as we would expect. And this went down, in many cases, to the low levels of villages or parishes, although I can guarantee that there were very infrequently peasants and almost as infrequently a parish priest found on these governing boards. In this period, right through up to well into the period we're concerned with this evening, dynastic monarchy was essentially a personal thing. If you go back to the beginning, you have feudalism with no monarchy, or no monarchy of any significance. The next period we call feudal monarchy. There, allegiance and loyalty is owed to the monarchy only by his vassals. But then you have the period that we're in tonight, dynastic monarchy, where loyalty and allegiance is due to the dynasty in which the monarch belongs, but it's always on a personal basis. Your allegiance is owed to the existing member of that family, the Tudors or the Bourbons or the Hohenzollerns or whatever it is, and it's a personal one. However, by the period we're dealing with tonight from 1576 to 1776, the loyalty was expected from any people who are active political participants. Now that would still be much less than 20% of the population, probably. Because, let's say, it still included no peasants, and they were probably 80% at least. And there were others too. So it was a personal thing. Treason was disloyalty to a person or to the dynasty. It was not disloyalty to the state, to the community, or to the territory in which people live. All right, let me look very briefly at these. In England, sovereignty was achieved early, rex in Parlamento, large estates, use of the gentry for unpaid services, and the gentry were unpaid members of Parliament. They were also unpaid local justices, the justice of the peace, and so forth. The law that was practiced was the common law. Now, one of the things that's important here is how do you become a judge? Do you have to know the law? And if you have to know the law, how do you learn it? The local justice of the peace in England, which was the lowest level of justice throughout all this period and even later, right up until the 20th century, was the justice of the peace. He was not expected to know the law. He was unpaid, and he was the local magistrate. Now, if he wanted to learn the law, he did not go to a law school, really. Certainly not to a university. Because the common law was not taught in universities. Instead, it was taught in 4 very expensive eating clubs in Westminster. The Inns of Court, the Middle Temple, Lincoln's Inn, and so forth. Inner Temple, the 4 Inns of Court. And these were expensive. You had to eat meals there. You had to listen to the lawyers talking about, you see, they were there. They were the places where the judges and lawyers who were trying cases in Westminster spent the evening during the judicial session. And they not only discussed the cases that were going on each day, but men who were regarded as authorities gave discussions afterwards in the lounge in regard to contracts or whatever it would be, and in this way you would pick up the necessary knowledge of the law. But this was expensive. To join the Inns of Court required, hundreds and hundreds of guineas, which would mean hundreds and hundreds of dollars in our land. Only the landed oligarchy could afford it. And this, only people who were lawyers and had passed the bar through this process could become judges. So what you had was, which is true in English history, a very small hole through which circulation was allowed for people to work their way up. But it was an educational loophole that they had to squeeze their way through, and it was expensive in most cases, and the result was that only those people who had affluent parents, and for much of English history, at least up until the period we're concerned with at the end of this lecture tonight, that is to 1776, the only affluent parents which most people had would be the gentry landlord class. So your oldest son would take over the estate. Your second son would perhaps go into the Navy or the Army, or you would find him a place in the church, a living as they called it, and then your third son would perhaps go to the Inner Court and try and become a lawyer. By 1776, and this will end my discussion of England, which is very brief and you should see inadequate, you had a landed oligarchy in England. And that landed oligarchy controlled the Parliament. It had taken it away from the king, so you now have sovereignty in Parlamento. It's taken away in the civil wars of the 17th century. And that same landed oligarchy had control of the court system, of the interpretation of the law, and naturally, when any occasion arose, when there was a dispute, what rights does someone have in this piece of land, they invariably decided in favor of the landlord group and against any other group, above all, any peasant. And the result was that England's rural areas became depopulated. And that's why in the early 1700s, Goldsmith wrote The Deserted Village. Sweet Arvin, loveliest village of the plain, but there's no one there. Or you read Elegy in a Country Churchyard. Once again, there's no one around. The whole countryside is deserted by the 18th century. And they came to America, and or they went to other places, and this gave us eventually the British Empire. Now, France I'm saving, because I'm going to end up with France, in West Germany. There had been originally, much later than France, an emperor. But because the emperor was elective, the same thing occurred to him which happened to all elective kings and princes. That is, he had to make concessions, go into debt to get the necessary money and necessary votes in order to be elected emperor. And the empire thus disintegrated into principalities which the emperor could not control. However, the emperor, as long as he continued to exist, and technically continued to exist until 1806, when his name was changed from Holy Roman Emperor to Habsburg Emperor of Austria by Napoleon. If you want an imperial title, you can have one for Austria, but you can't have it for the Holy Roman Empire, and so forth. The imperial title still existed, but all the rights and powers of the Habsburgs were the powers of the hundreds of other inheritances which they had. The most significant, of course, they were Archdukes of Austria, but they were kings of Hungary, kings of Bohemia, and many, many other things, as you know. Now, as a result of this integration, what you got was small, sovereign principalities. Some of them so small that we are told you could walk around the circumference of the principality before breakfast. And without spending any time upon it, I want to point out that, in my opinion, the greatest period of European history in the post-medieval period, certainly up until 1800, up to the time of Napoleon, was Western Germany in the late 18th century. And I think you will see, if you make a list of the great geniuses in the history of Europe, that they are clustered in that period. I won't attempt to do it, but think of the greatest mathematician. Now, Englishmen will always say Newton. But it was a German in that period, the greatest musician. Or if you dispute it, two or three great musicians. Great philosophers. It was a very great period, and a period much worth studying. Now, when they received the Roman law back at the time of the Reformation and made themselves also heads of the church, they got the following things. The prince is at the top, and legally beneath him are individuals. Corporations must have a charter. Judges are agents of the prince. He names them. He can fire them. He should pay them. The prince is, in most cases, the head of the church, even though in many cases he wasn't that religious. So you had Lutheran kings, you had Calvinist kings who were heads of the Lutheran church and things like this. Law was studied in the universities. That's where you studied the Roman law. In England, that's where you studied the Roman law. They call it the civil law in the universities. And the prince controlled the army.
the armed forces. And that gave him, but it meant that Germany was decentralized into hundreds of principalities. And even after Napoleon, it still consisted of dozens of principalities. But that does not mean it wasn't a good place. Eastern Europe I have discussed. All right, now France. France is the most interesting case. It did not achieve sovereignty. And I explained to you last time, it did not because the king was going to rule according to law. That meant he was going to protect dominia and not insist proprietas. But it meant that he did not have the powers to be effectively a king. He had enormous incomes around, but even in total, they were not enough for what was demanded of him. And what he did was, instead of collecting the money from all of them into a treasury, and then paying out what was necessary, and having some kind of a budget or a system of accounts, or knowing where he was, what he did was, he promised people, or got people to promise they would do something for him that he needed done, whatever it would be the royal printer, or something of this kind, and he would there say, all right, here is a free income. It is the octroi, that is the tolls paid going into a city somewhere. It might be Rams or a number of cities. You know, I will give these tolls to you, that will pay you for being my printer, to publish my ordinances and so forth. Generally, at least 60 to 80% of his incomes were committed to these different purposes. And the only funds that he had available in any particular year would be the funds that would come free for some reason. For example, if he gave it for life, when the person died, then it would come back to him. If he gave it for 10 years, it would then come back. Now, this was not sufficient. To raise money, he had to do other things. I indicated to you last time he did not have credit, because he couldn't alienate anything that the monarchy owned, because it wasn't his, it was the monarchy's. Therefore, he did not have credit. But there was another restriction. If he did have credit and borrowed money, because he obeyed the laws of usury against interest were still in force and remained in force until the French Revolution. Now, they got around that in two ways. One way is they said that certain moderate payments on borrowed money are necessary. This is insurance against loss and is not interest for use of the money. But that limit, in most cases, was 5.5%, which was not sufficient, because you could get 10% quite easily for money, let us say, in the 17th century, or in the early 18th century, there were cases where you could certainly get 12%. Instead, they devised a system called les rentes, the incomes. And what it is this. Here is an income. All right, that would be the interest, but we won't call it that. How would you like to buy an income? All right, here is an income which yields $50,000 a year. If you will give me $100,000, I will let you have it for a year. That's 50%. Then at the end of the year, I wouldn't be able to give you back the money, the $100,000. So if you want the money back, sell it to somebody else. So rent became claims upon incomes which could be sold almost like stock exchange certificates of some kind. And this is what became one of the chief sources. But they built up fantastic burdens of debt in this way. I will not go into the details of it. What they were doing became eventually that every act they were doing, much worse than Watergate, everything they were doing in the financial world was illegal. And there existed supervisors and accountants who had to be squared. So in order to do this, they had to create thousands and thousands of fraudulent and forged documents to indicate that they were only getting 5.5% and that the money was being repaid when it wasn't at all. Because they would make a document saying it was repaid and then make another document saying that someone else had got it and that somebody else is your brother-in-law, and so no change was made at all. This is a most fantastic story, and there's an adequate book on it which I would recommend by a man named Julian Dent. It's quite a recent book. Crisis in Finance, Crown, Financiers and Society in 17th Century France. It was published in 1973. It's an extraordinary, hair-raising book. The result was that the King of France was over the edge of bankruptcy most of the period, in fact all the period, covered by this lecture tonight for 200 years. By that I mean that his incomes in gross were smaller than the interest payments that he owed in gross. And to figure this out now, Mr. Dent, I throw a French accent in there, Mr. Dent, he's an American, spent years working in there before he discovered what it was that was going on. All right, now let's look at the situation in France. Because of this, the king could not pay officers, so he couldn't have officers. What he had to do was to let people take positions in the government and use those positions to get money from fees. And if the fees are not adequate, then they can take several positions. And they can then neglect all of them and spend a good deal of time working at something else, as a jeweler or something. The Near East is like this, as you know now. Everybody in the Near East has 5 jobs, and they don't appear at any except briefly to say, how is everything today? And they duck off again, they go to another job, and so forth. And you put it all together, and it barely gets them by. They lost agents. The king didn't have agents. Now, he discovered that people were willing to pay to get jobs like this. So he began to sell offices that were totally unnecessary. For example, they had, say, 6 or 8 inspections to make sure that the quality of textiles was up to the rules that had been established. And every time anybody inspected, now he only inspected 1 bolt out of 1,000 whenever he popped around, but he then sold you a tag for the 1,000. But he only looked at one. If he looked at that, generally he came in and they said, oh, let's go up and have a drink. They sat in the cafe, and now he said, how many do you want? And the fellow said, I got 1,000 bolts. All right, here's 1,000 tags, and that's 50 cents each. That's $500. And they attached each one. There were 6 inspections originally. But the king discovered that he could name dozens of more inspectors who would go around and would pay money to go around and sell inspection stickers, so you now had not 6 inspection stickers on each bolt of cloth, but you might easily have 8. And the fellow had to pay for those. This is part of this insane situation. This is a totally irrational society which is obviously crippled in its ability to satisfy basic human needs, and which is almost as obvious, I think, explosive in the sense that a revolution is bound to come unless there are drastic changes made in a hurry. He lost the legislative power. The reason is that all the judges owned their seats. All of this appeared in the 17th century, when we are beginning it. That is, the sales of offices, the restrictions, the issuing of rents, all of these things that I'm telling you about now are examples of corruption, if you wish. The private ownership of government offices, including judgeships. Now, a judgeship thus became almost exactly what a seat in the stock exchange is here. That is, you have a judicial seat as a result of your judicial activity, you impose fees on cases, and these fees become your income. The value of the seat is the annual average income capitalized at the rate of interest. So if you made $10,000 a year out of this job, and people thought that 10% was a fair return on investment, then you could probably sell the seat for $100,000. And thus the seat, the judicial seat, became the possession of a new class in society, the noblesse de la robe longue, that is, the nobility of the robe, the nobility of the long robe, a hereditary nobility, not in the sense that the nobleness went from father to son so much, as the possession of his seat did. And you may remember that Montesquieu, who wrote L'Esprit de Loi, had inherited from an uncle a seat, and when his book was such a success, he decided he was better as a popular writer, so he sold the seat. Now, what this meant was that the king could not really control judicial cases. They would decide cases against him. And this was the group who decided that the peasants in France owned the land, but they still owed manorial dues, which had to be abolished in the Revolution. But as a result, you have France all broken up into small little holdings, as you had in the 19th century. Now, this meant also that the king could not legislate, because if he passed a law, an ordinance, a decree, or something of this kind, the judges claimed they never heard of it, so they never enforced it. In order to have it enforced, he had to send it to them and say, register it. Well, they would look at it and say, don't like it. They would say, no, we won't register it. They send it back. Now, I won't go into the details because it became a long, involved ritual. So the king would send the chancellor, who would order it written. They would refuse. The king himself would appear, and the chancellor would then, in the presence of the king, this is called a lit de justice, a bed of justice, because the king was reclining. He couldn't sit up straight, I guess. Probably a delinquent of some kind. But in any case, if the lit de justice, the judges admitted that in the presence of the king he became first. So they wrote it down in their book and registered it. But then they wrote in the margin in big letters, inscribed in the presence of the king, Quorum Regius, in the presence of the king, and they never enforced it. Now, what this meant is that not only did the king not have the legislative power, but he did not have either the taxing power or the ability to reform the tax system. And since everything was the result of centuries of custom, everything was extraordinarily inequitable. That is, people who were not wealthy paid heavy taxes. People who were quite wealthy paid very little, just as we do today. Only they were much more excited about it. Law was probably no more inequitable than our system today is. Very inequitable, if you know anything about it. But nothing could be done. Now, what the king wanted to do was not only to be able to tax, but they refused to allow any new taxes. And above all, they would not allow one thing. I'm making it very simple. The so-called taille tarife. A taille was a direct tax assessed upon people. Tarife is what we mean by graduated. So this is a graduated income tax. Again and again, the king tried to register a graduated income tax in the 18th century. And again, it was refused. And he came and ordered it. And they inscribed it, but they would not permit it. Now, the way they prevented it was not by saying, we will not enforce it. They issued an order that any Frenchman who answered any questions about his income to anyone was in contempt of court. That's the kind of Supreme Court we need here. Thus the king lost the taxing power, the legislative power. His loss of the judicial power I've already indicated you he couldn't control the judges. And here again, in the 18th century, was a terrific explosion. They said, we are all members of a single corporation. And they debated that endlessly for 2 centuries. He said, no, there is no judicial corporation. They said, yes, there is, and so forth. But it doesn't matter. Finally, in 1770, December 1770, the king realized he was bankrupt. He was engaged in great wars with Britain for control of India and North America and the world and so forth. He was eventually, in 7 years, going to come to the rescue of the United States in the American Revolution. He had to do something about the court system. So in December 1770, he abolished the court system and established a new court system. It wouldn't work. Why? Because he was not going to be an illegal criminal. And he admitted that those judges whose seats he had abolished were private property, and therefore, having abolished the seats, he had to pay them the value of the seats. And he could not get that, because he could not tax. Furthermore, no one would take cases to the new courts which he set up. The new courts he paid. They didn't work from fees. They were named by him and were paid by him and much simplified. But no one would take the case, because they all looked at each other and said, well, we know he has no money. He can't pay the value of these judicial seats to the judges, so eventually he's going to have to put them back. And eventually, in 1776, he put them all back. Now, it was a different king. Because Louis XV died in 1774, and it was his successor, Louis XVI, the one who eventually had his head chopped off. And he had his head chopped off in the French Revolution because he was so law-abiding and unable to restore and pay for the seats that he had taken over to establish what we would regard as a more modern judicial system. He put it all back. And as a result, when he called the States General after 175 years in 1789, he did it because the Parliament, that's the Supreme Court of Paris, insisted that he must consult the nation, the States General. Now, one last thing that I should mention. The incorporating power. I said very few governments at that time had the incorporating power. Certainly the King of France and his government did not. France was filled with corporations that had no charters, but they had existed for all eternity. Some of them had been there much before there was ever any King of France. The Cathedral of Reims and others like this. So there were churches, towns, universities, guilds, innumerable ones. Furthermore, the litigation between these corporations was endless, just as today. Although we have this in medical science more even than in law today. They keep the thing going forever. The case must be kept going because it's a source of income. When the States General assembled in 1789 and abolished the judicial system of France, there was before the court a case that had been before the court for more than 300 years. It was a lawsuit between the second-hand clothing dealers guild and the guild of the tailors of the city of Paris. And it had been going on for 330-some years because it was such a juicy plum for the law firm, and they could keep, and for the judges too, that they just kept it going and never settled it. We're moving in this direction, both in medicine and in law, and I hope not in higher education in the United States. Eventually, As a step in this direction, in 1776, Turgot abolished the guild. Once again, it couldn't be done. He would have had to pay off all of their debts, and they had enormous, millions and millions and millions of debts, and it couldn't be done. Now, when the revolution came, it was a tremendous earthquake. It wiped out just about everything. You cannot believe it. When I was in Paris in 1937, I went over there, very much devoted to this kind of thing. I found that there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tons of not only law books, but legal papers of all kinds, and no one had to look at them after the French Revolution, because they pulled down the curtain. They said, what was is over. And they set up a new system of law, a single book, the Code Napoleon, about 1802, and if you hold it in your hand, it's smaller than an ordinary Bible, an ordinary Old Testament. And that's what all you do, you have to go back to that. You don't have to go back any further. Now, what the French Revolution did is it created a fully sovereign state which had all powers. That sovereignty was embodied not in the monarchy, but in the nation. That means that the residents are no longer subjects, they are citizens. These are revolutionary changes. They are participants in this entity now, which is the La Patrie. All restraints, all legal restraints on public action are replaced by acts of sovereignty. Now, the sovereign power in France after the French Revolution can do anything. The only restraint is it must be done according to the rules of the sovereign power. And it is not. It did become and remain a Western civilization government under the rule of law, but it was procedural rules and no longer substantive rules of limits upon what could be done. The polity was transformed, and this to me is that's most important because it leads to next week's lecture, was transformed from a hierarchical system of subjects and communities and corporations and chaos, really, all interwoven together into a hierarchy. It was wiped away and replaced by a system which is naked dualism, supreme state power and individuals. I hope you'll pardon my bad French. I'll translate it. A state truly free will not suffer in its bosom any corporation, not even those which, because they are devoted to public education or other well-deserved favors of the land. In other words, that's the 18th of August, 1792. The French proclaim there are no groups in our society. If you want to make a group, you make a voluntary group. It has no legal existence. If you want it to have a legal existence, you must get a charter. In other words, this is really Rome. But this raises future problems. It says that men are equal before the law. If men are legally equal and are equal participants in the polity, why should they not be politically equal? Full democracy, which the French did not get, until 1848. And eventually, why should they not be economically equal? That is, use their sovereign power as the nation embodied under to share the wealth equally or anyway. If sovereignty can do anything, and law is merely an act of sovereignty, why should not the wealth be divided? All right, that's the problem that we're going to come up with in the last 2 centuries next week. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most difficult of the 3 lectures that I'm giving covering this 1,000 years of the growth of public authority. What happened in the last 200 years is fairly clear to me, but it is not easy to convey it to you, even those of you who have had courses with me and are familiar with the framework of much of my thinking. One reason for this difficulty, of course, is the complexity of the subject itself, but after all, the preceding 800 years were quite complex as well as the last 200 that we're going to deal with this evening. A much more fundamental reason for the difficulty is this, and it is where we can have difficulties tonight. The reality of the last 200 years of the history of Western civilization, including 200 years of the history of our own country, is not reflected in the general brainwashing which you have received, in the political mythology which you have been hearing, or in the historiography of the period as it exists today. The period from 1776 to 1976 I will divide into 2 parts. The first, about 120 or 25 years, that is to about 1890, which was a period of expansion of industrial society. And then the last 80 years approximately, which is an age of profound crisis, not only in our own country, but in Western civilization, which is the unit in which I carry on my thinking on the subject. In order to deal with this, I have to go back to fundamentals, and particularly to the fundamentals of human values. And to do that, we must have paradigms. The whole 1,000 years, as I explained in my first lecture, is a shift from a society made up of communities in 976 to a society today where we have a state of monstrous power and atomized individuals. I will use certain definitions. I'm talking about society. And the society of Western civilization 1,000 years ago, which was made up of communities, a society is an organization of persons and artifacts, things made by people, and it's an organization to satisfy human needs. It would not exist if it had not come into existence to satisfy human needs. Notice, I do not say human desire. One of the striking things about our society today is how remote our desires are from our needs. If you ask anybody what they want, what they desire, they will give you lists of things which are as remote as can be from human needs. Now, in this society, the process we have been tracing for the 1,000 years is the growth of the state. And as I indicated in the first lecture, the state is not the same thing as a society, even though the Greeks and Romans thought so. A state is an organization of power on a territorial basis. The link between the two, a society, whether it's made up of communities or of individuals, and a state, is this. Power rests in the ability to satisfy human needs. Now, I put on the board something which former students are familiar with. I always called it the levels of culture, the aspects of a society: military, political, economic, social, emotional, religious, intellectual. Those are the basic human needs. The interesting thing about them, they are arranged in an evolutionary sequence. Millions of years ago, before men were even humans, they had need for defense of the group. Because it is perfectly obvious that men cannot live outside of groups. They can only satisfy any needs, or almost any needs, by cooperating within a group. But I'll go further than that, and return to it again in a moment, that men will not become men unless they grow up in communities. And we'll come back to that because it's the basis of what I'm going to talk about tonight. If you have a group, it must be defended against outsiders. That's military. Before men came out of the trees, they had that. If you're going to obtain your needs being satisfied in some kind of a group, you must have ways of settling disputes and arguments and reconciling individual problems within the group. That's political. You must have organizational patterns for satisfying material needs, food, clothing, and shelter. And then come two which have been largely destroyed in the last 1,000 years of Western civilization. That is, men have social needs. They have needs for other people. They have need to love and to be loved. They have need to be noticed. Sirhan killed Robert Kennedy because nobody had ever noticed him, and by God, he was determined that from now on, someone would know that he existed. In fact, most of these motiveless assassinations are of this type. Somebody went up to the top of the University of Texas Tower with a high-powered rifle and shot something like 17 people before they got him. This is because no one had ever noticed it. Men need of the people. That's the social need. The basis of social interrelationships is reciprocity. If you cooperate with others, others will cooperate with you. The next is the emotional need. Men must have emotional experience. It's obtained in two ways that I can see. Moment-to-moment relationships with other people, moment-to-moment, and moment-to-moment relationships with nature. Our society today has so cluttered up our lives with artifacts, TV sets or whatever it is, automobiles, and organizational structures that to have moment-to-moment relationships with nature is almost impossible. Most people don't have any idea what the weather is out. Someone said recently that until September we had a great drought here. And 4 or 5 people standing and said, well, that's ridiculous. We had a shortage, I believe, of almost 8 inches of rain up to the middle of September of this year in Washington. Nobody notices it.
because they're in buildings, it doesn't matter if it's raining or not. Religious needs. It became fashionable in Western civilization, particularly in the last 100 years, to be scornful of religion. But it is a fact that human beings have religious needs. They have a need for a feeling of certitude in their minds about things that they cannot control and that they do not fully understand, and with humility they will admit they do not understand. What happens when you destroy people's religious expression is that they establish secularized religion. For instance, Marxism. Now, on the intellectual level, people have intellectual needs. I say to students that Marilyn Monroe had profound intellectual needs, and that nobody ever would treat her as an intellect, or even a potential intellect, for obvious reasons. She was starved for intellectual experience. That's why she married a man like Arthur Miller, because she thought he was an intellectual. All right, those are the human needs. Power is the ability to satisfy those needs. And for someone to say that power is organized force, or that power is the outcome of an election, or that power is the ability to cut off our supply of oil, is a completely inadequate way of looking at it. Because my experience and study of the destruction of civilizations and the collapse of great empires has now convinced me that empires and civilizations do not collapse because of deficiencies on the military or the political level. The Roman army never met an army that was better than it was. Anytime. But the Roman army could not be sustained when all of these things had collapsed and nobody cared. Nobody wanted to serve, nobody wanted to pay taxes, nobody cared. All right. Now the other part of this is going to require that you put these things together to some extent. Persons, personalities, if you wish, can be made only in communities. Communities are intimate relationships between a diverse types of individuals, a kinship group, or a local group, a neighborhood, a village, a large family, possibly, whatever it is. Without communities, no infant will be sufficiently socialized. He may grow up and be 40 years old. He may have made an extremely good living. He may have engendered half a dozen children. But he is still an infant unless he was properly socialized. And that occurs in the first 4 or 5 years of life. We have attempted in our society today to throw the whole burden of socializing our population upon the school system, to which the individual arrives only at the age of 4 or 5. A state of individuals, such as we have now reached in Western civilization, will not create persons. And the atomized individuals who make it up will be motivated by desires which do not necessarily reflect needs. Instead of the need for other people, they need a shot of heroin. instead of some kind of religious conviction, they have to be with the winning team. In fact, when you come to a civilization as it trails off in the last couple of centuries, and I still have a couple of centuries to go, I would guess. Things are moving faster than they ever did in any civilization I ever knew before this one, but we still will probably have at least a century or 2 centuries to go. Now, human needs are the basis of power. The state, I said, is a power structure on a territorial basis. And the state will survive only if it has sufficient ability to satisfy enough of these needs. It is not enough that it has organized force. And when a politician says, elect me president, and I will establish law and order, and by law and order he means organized force, or even organized power of other kinds, and I won't analyze this level, it's too complex, we don't have time. I will simply say that the object of the political level is to legitimize power. That is, to get people in their minds to recognize and accept what is the actual power relationship in their society. Next Tuesday, a decision will be made as to who shall be President of the United States that will not reflect necessarily the actual power relationship for the United States at all. If the people who are so frustrated with intellectual frustration, many of you come to these lectures because you have been intellectually frustrated, and you want to be exposed again to my insistent demands that you think about things. For example, we no longer have intellectually satisfying arrangements in our educational system, in our arts, humanities, or anything else. Instead, we have slogans, ideologies. An ideology is a religious or emotional expression. So when a society has reached its end in the last couple of centuries, you have what I call misplacement of satisfactions. You find your emotional satisfaction in making a lot of money, or being elected in 1972 to the White House, or something of this kind, or proving to the poor, half-naked people of Southeast Asia that you can kill them in large numbers. And out of this you get the satisfactions which are being frustrated up here. Now, the state is a good state if it is sovereign and if it is responsible. The idea that a state has to be any of these other things, such as, for example, democratic, is more or less incidental. If democracy reflects the structure of society's power, then the state has to be democratic. But if the reflection of power and the pattern of power in a society is not a democratic pattern, then you cannot have a democratic state. This is what happens in Latin America and in Africa and places like this where they have an election, and the army doesn't like who's elected, so they move in and kick them out and put somebody else in. That's because the election did not reflect the power situation in which the dominant thing is organized force. So when I say governments have to be responsible, I'm saying the same thing as I said when I said that they have to be legitimate. That is, they have to reflect the power structure of the society.
responsibility by legitimizing power. That is somehow demonstrating to people that the power structure is this. And it may take a revolution, such as the French Revolution, or it may take a war like the American Civil War. In the American Civil War in 1861, the structure of power in the United States was set. Perhaps unfortunately, I don't know. That the South could not leave unless the North was willing. It was that simple. But it took a war to prove it. Now, sovereignty I defined last time. And I want to run through it for the benefit of those who weren't here. Sovereignty has 8 aspects: defense, judicial, settling disputes, administrative power, discretionary actions for the public need, taxation, mobilizing resources. This is what the French government didn't have in 1776, one of them. Legislation, the binding of rules and establishment of rules through promulgation and statute. The 6th, executive, that is the enforcement of laws and judicial decisions. Then 2, which are absolutely of paramount importance today. Monetary, the creation and control of money and credit. If that is not an aspect of the public sovereignty, then the state is today far less than fully sovereign. And the 8th one, the last, the incorporating power. That is the right to say that an association of people is a fictitious person with the right to hold property and sue and be sued in the cause. Notice, the federal government of the United States today does not have the 7th and 8th, but I'll come back to that later. In the meantime, I'm still on my introduction for this evening, and I want to speak of what happened in the last 1,000 years. If we go back before 976, when you had communities, little villages really, in Europe, the main core of people's life and experience, which controlled their behavior and determined their desires, controls and rewards, I call it, was in this, the religious and emotional and social, in these 3. They had religious beliefs, they had emotional relationships with the people whom they saw every day, they had social relationships as well with them. That was the core of it. The significant thing is this, that those controls and those rewards are internalized. They are inside. They are what was acquired very largely in the first 4 or 5 years of life, when we speak of the need for socializing infants. When a child is born, he is not a person. He is a human being. It's a totally different thing. He is utterly potential. When somebody becomes a personality, such as you or myself, then he has traits which were acquired out of his potentialities as a result of experiences over numerous years. Now, here you have internalized control. That's why they could get along in 976 without a state, because all significant controls were internalized on these bases. The reason I took the year 976 was that although Western civilization had come into existence about 200 years before that, let's say 876 or even earlier, it began to expand in 976. By expand, I mean they began to produce more goods per person, per day, or per year, whatever you want. And you know what I mean by expansion if you took my freshman course. Increased output per capita, increased knowledge, increased geographic area for the civilization itself, and increased population. In 976, that began. And we'll put an arrow here indicating that. The chief way in which that economic expansion was achieved was by specialization and exchange. But instead of each little group trying to produce everything that would satisfy all of these needs, little groups began to concentrate and say, we will produce only wool and exchange wool for other things, and so forth and so forth. That process of increasing specialization and exchange, which is the basis of expansion in any civilization, I'll call commercialization. And as long as the society is expanding, that process of commercialization will continue as it has for 1,000 years in our society, so that today in our society everything is commercialized. Politics, religion, education, ideology, belief, everything. The armed services, everything practically is commercialized. Everything has its price. All right, when this expansion reaches a crisis, you get increasing politicalization. That is, instead of, I won't go into the details of this, it can be explained in details, most of you perhaps know. Politicalization is that the expansion is slowing up and you are no longer attempting to achieve increased output per capita or whatever it is, or increased wealth, or increased satisfactions, or whatever is motivating you, by expansion, but you are going to do it by mobilizing power. We have seen this going on in our society now for almost a century. Increased politicalization of the society. And then as the society continues and does not reform, you get increased militarization of the society. You can see that certainly in Western civilization and in the history of the United States. In the last 40 years, our society has been drastically militarized. It certainly isn't yet as militarized as other societies at other periods have been. We have a long way to go in this direction still. Now, as this process goes on, you get certain other things. I've hinted at a number of them. Misplacement of satisfactions. You find your satisfaction, your emotional satisfaction, your social satisfactions, not on moment-to-moment relationships with other people and with nature, but with power, or with wealth, or even with organized force, sadism in some cases. Go out and murder a lot of people in a war, a just war now. The second thing that I'd like to point that occurs as this goes on, increasing remoteness of desires from needs. I've mentioned this. The next thing is an increasing confusion between means and ends. The ends are the human needs. But if I ask most people what are the needs of these, they could hardly tell me. Instead, they would want the means that they have been brainwashed or accepted that will give them the satisfaction they think of a need. But it's perfectly obvious that the methods we have been using are not working. Never was any society in human history as rich and as powerful as Western civilization and the United States, and it is not a happy society. I just looked at a book this week called The Joyless Economy by an economist in which he diagrams some of these things. All of that is establishing a few paradigms. Now, what happened in the last 200 years? In 1776, Europe was approaching Western civilization was approaching a revolutionary situation. Why? A revolutionary situation is one in which the structure of power, real power, is not reflected in the structure of law, institutions, and conventional arrangements. Law and legal arrangements, including constitutional arrangements, were not legitimate in 1776 in much of Western civilization. That is, they were not responsible because they did not reflect power. The laws of the polity, whether it is the English Parliament, which legally has a right to rule America, or whether it is the nightmare Constitution of France, which no longer in any way reflects the structure of power in French society, or whether east of the Rhine, it was the enlightened despotisms which existed there, which did not reflect the power struggle, the structure of Europe at all, as Napoleon showed us very quickly. This, therefore, is a revolutionary situation. Let's look a little more closely at these. In England, the polity established control of the country in an oligarchy of landowners, the Whig oligarchy. Members of Parliament were sent to Parliament by pieces of land. And someone who owned a piece of land and did have a right to send a member to Parliament could send a member to Parliament, whether that piece of land had anybody living on it or not. Well, that is not a reflection of the power structure in England. The pieces of land were powerful. And I do not have to demonstrate to you that the legal arrangements by which the British Parliament made the rules to govern life in the United States was equally unrealistic. I'll leave France for a moment and go east of the Rhine. In Central Europe, we had what was called enlightened despotism, small principalities ruled by despots who presumably in law had the right to say, this will happen, that will happen, something else will happen, so and so. What they tried to do in the period from 1776 onward, for about 25 years, was to establish some kind of a more rational life in their principalities, to create a uniform system of weights and measures. They couldn't do it. Their systems of weights and measures, I won't attempt to describe them to you, were absolute unholy chaos. They had a different weight or measurement for every commodity. Those measurements changed as you went from village to village or district to district. And they also had been changing in time for hundreds of years. What had been happening is the measurements had been getting larger because the power of the creditors was so great that if you owed a bushel of wheat to your landlord, all the landlords together over generations could make the bushel a larger measure. All right, that was in Eastern Europe. I discussed this adequately the last time. I'll simply point out that in this period, Poland disappeared. It disappeared because the landlord class in Poland preferred keeping their serfs down as their slaves to independence, and were unwilling to organize a modern army with modern weapons and modern military training to defend Poland against outside enemies such as Prussia, Russia, or Austria. So naturally, those three got together and divided up Poland. In 1795, the Poland did not exist. And it did not exist again, as you know. Briefly under Napoleon, there was a Grand Duchy of Warsaw, but it did not exist again until 1919. In France, and I described this last week, in 1776, the polity had reached the condition of total paralysis. They did not have sovereignty. The government did not have the taxing power, did not have the legislative power, it did not have the incorporating power, it did not have the judicial power, it did not have most of these 8 aspects of sovereignty which I mentioned to you. And in 1776, they discovered that. When the government tried to abolish the guilds and could not do so. Because under the law it could not abolish them unless it arranged to pay off their debts. And it could not pay off their debts because the government didn't have the taxing power. And it didn't have the taxing power because it didn't have the judicial power. If they took somebody to court, the judge would say, no, you have no right to examine his income. You can ask of him only what he has been paid for the last couple of 100 years on that piece of property or whatever it is. The result was the explosion of the French Revolution, in which you got not only about the most sovereign state in Europe by the time of Napoleon, let's say 1805. And notice, Napoleon was an enlightened despot, the last one in Europe. Anyone who said, as Princess Robert Palmer said, that in 1789 France was leading the parade in terms of government and public authority just doesn't know what he's talking about. France was bringing up the absolute rear in 1789 as far as public authority and sovereignty is concerned. And that is why France got their enlightened despot so late. He wasn't even a Frenchman. He was Italian. And what he did is he imposed an Italian government on France. But it was so rational, so powerful, so well organized, and the fact that the new sovereignty was embodied in the nation, a new entity really, gave it a power which made it possible for him almost to conquer all of Europe. Although he was ultimately defeated, as most conquerors of all of Europe have been throughout history. William II in 1918, Hitler in 1945, there were others, Philip II in the 16th century, England perhaps in the early 15th century, and so forth. By 1820, after the Napoleonic system has been replaced, all 4 of these areas which I've mentioned were unstable, but they were much more stable and much more legitimate than they had been in 1776. Now, although I say that in 1820 they were fundamentally not that stable, we know that there was political stability in Europe after 1820 for at least 3 generations, to at least the 1860s, 3-4 and 66, and then so forth. I won't go into that. But the stability of Europe from 1815 to about 1880 or 85 is now something we look back on with nostalgia. The reasons for this had nothing to do with the structure of the state, except to the degree that the structure of the state had become sufficiently rationalized and sufficiently sovereign through the period of revolution, from 1776 to, let's say, 1820, sufficiently stable, so that with the additional events, it looked like stability. Now, the additional events were a new age of expansion. The agricultural revolution of about 1720 and onward, where more and more food could be obtained from land, less and less labor, and so forth. And above all, the Industrial Revolution, the patenting of the steam engine in 1776. You see, 1776 is a very significant year. It is not just a bicentennial year. The Wealth of Nations, which advocated free trade, is 1776. Watch patent the steam engine is 1776. The failure of the French to reorganize their political system is clearly 1776, and so forth. Now, in the 19th century, expansion, which is the third time in Western civilization in which we have expansion, people fell back from conflict and politicalization and militarization to the level of commercialization and industrialization, if you want to add it. But this process means that certain subversive influences were being accelerated. One is externalization of rewards and control. The disruption of communities, the destruction of religion, the frustration of emotions, all of these were greatly intensified by the Industrial Revolution. Railroads, factories, growth of cities, technological revolution in the countryside, and the growing of food and so forth. The externalization of rewards and controls to the point that we are at today. A continued acceleration of the main focus of the activities of the society downward again. And that is out of these areas of internal control down to these areas of external control. If you can be controlled by being bought, like a higher salary, to go to San Diego or something, and give up all your friends and associations, well, that's an external control. If you can be forced to go there by power, if you can be sent there by the draft or something, all right, that's militarization. Another thing which became very obvious in the 19th century is increasing role of propaganda to change people's ways of looking at things. Right at the beginning of the lecture, I offended some of you by saying you have been brainwashed. That is not an insult, it's a simple statement of fact. When any infant is born and is socialized in a society, even if he is socialized to become a very mature individual, he has been brainwashed. That is, he has been given a structure for categorizing his experience and a system of values applied to that structuring of categories. But this has now become, in the 19th and 20th centuries in our society, a propagandist system in which increasing emphasis is put on the future. Think only of the future. This is what the rebellions of the 50s and 60s were against. Future preference. Plan. Study hard. Save. All of these things which I used to get from my maiden aunt. Wise bees save honey. Wise boys save money. And then they'd each secretly give me $1 as I was leaving. A penny saved is a penny earned. Stitch in time, everything's in Poor Richard. The Benjamin Franklin propaganda machine. Another change in the 19th century in this propaganda system is the increasing emphasis upon material desires. If you have the material things you want, a nice house in the suburbs, a swimming pool, a couple of big cars, a place in the country, a motorboat, a trailer to take it back and forth, and what do you want? Anything else, the material things. Now, a pocket computer, citizen's band. It's endless. Material desires. A third thing, we were brainwashed that the only thing that matters is individualism. They call it freedom. There is no such thing as freedom. There is a thing called liberty. It's quite different. I will not spend much time on this. If you're interested, read Riggiero's History of European Liberalism, particularly the couple of first chapters. Oxford University Press, 1927. That's the English translation of an Italian book. Freedom is freedom from restraint. We're always under restraint. The difference between a stable society and an unstable one is the restraints are external and an unstable one. In a stable society, we don't even need a government, ultimately. The restraints on your actions are internal. They're self-discipline. They're the restraints that you have accepted because it is the way in which you can satisfy all of your desires and needs to the degree that's good for you. And then another thing, which they have brainwashed us in the last 100 years, that quantitative change is superior to any qualitative attribute. In other words, if we can turn out more automobiles this year than last year, it doesn't matter whether they're half as good. And the same is true of everything. We are quantifying everything. This is why we're trying to put everything now on computers. Governments no longer have to make decisions, that the computers will do it. Another thing that they've tried to do and have succeeded is to give us vicarious satisfaction for many of these frustrations. It is unbelievable the way American people are hung up on vicarious experiences like TV, movies, mass spectator sports. You have no idea what small towns and cities of America is like. Friday nights like this, when the local high school football or basketball team is engaged in competition with their neighbor 18 miles away. And what a gloomy place the chapel or church is tomorrow morning, Sunday morning, if they lose. It won't matter if it rains. People need exercise. They do not need to watch other people exercise, particularly people who've already had too much exercise. Vicarious satisfaction. These sexy magazines. This is vicarious sex. If anybody rushes up to buy one, I'd like to say to him, the real thing is the replacement. This is part of what the brainwashing that's gone on for the last 100 years. The replacement of intellectual, and religion by ideologies and science. It is hardly possible today to discuss in any sensible way the problems of the historical past without running up against Marxist interpretation. I have nothing against Marx, except the fact they do not explain what happened, which to me is a fatal defect. The very idea that between science and religion there is some kind of a conflict, when science is a method for investigating experience, and religion is something quite different. Religion is the fundamental, necessary internalization of your value system of more permanent value. Another thing that they try to get upon us in the last 100 years, and it's now dying in front of us, the myth of the nation as the repository of sovereignty can be both a state and a community. This is the great French Revolution thing, you see. Why is it that the nation, it can be the repository of sovereignty? But suppose weapon systems in a society are of such a character that it is possible for a government with the existing weapon system to impose its will over an area 1,000 miles across. And suppose in that 1,000-mile area there are a number of nations, like the Bretons, the Catalonians, the Welsh, the Lithuanians. These are as much nations as the ones that somehow or other became the embodiments of sovereignty in the 19th century. Why did the English, the French, the Castilians, the Hohenzollerns, and others became the repositories of sovereignty in nations? Notice they missed out from the whole Balkan and Danube basin. They did because at that time weapon systems made it possible to compel obedience over areas which were approximately the same size as these national groups that I have mentioned. And as a result, they were able to crush out other nationalisms, such as the Scots, the Irish, the Welsh, the Catalonians, who had a much longer and much more cultured history than the Castilians, the Provençals, and many others. In other words, nationalism is an episode in history, and it fitted a certain power struggle and a certain configuration of human life in our civilization, which would allow these groups. Now what's happening? They all want autonomy. The Scots think that they can get their independence and control the oil that's being found in the North Sea. And then England will become a colonial area for Edinburgh. And so forth. In 1820, thus, the state was essentially unstable. It was not fully sovereign. For example, it did not have the control of credit and money in most places. It did not have the control of corporations in most places. It is not stable because the nation was not a satisfactory community. The very idea that because everyone who speaks French is in the same nation, and therefore, in the 19th century, in the same state, the French Republic, if you want, that he therefore is in the same community with you is just not true. And to attempt to socialize people, leaving out the first 4 or 5 years of life, and ignoring what happens in that period, we're doing the same thing in this country, in regard to the blacks and the Latin Americans and many others. They're now saying, oh yes, we'll push back, we'll take them from the homes at age 2. And a few years ago they had big programs to take them for a few hours at age 2 and 3 and 4, but this will not socialize them. The first 2 years is important. The way a child is treated in the first 2 days is of vital importance. He has to be loved. Above all, he has to be taught to. And so forth. The nation or the state, as we now have it in terms of the structure of power, cannot be a community. Another thing which points out the instability of this system, the power system of the state, as we know it, the individual cannot be made the basic unit of society, what we have tried to do, or of the state, since the internalization of control must be the preponderant influence in any stable society. Even in a society where it looks as if all power is in the hands of the government, let's say Soviet Russia, still 80% at least of human behavior in Russia is controlled by internalized controls which were socialized in them by the way they were treated from the moment that they were born. And as a result, they have come to accept certain things which allow the Russian state to act as if it can do anything when it obviously can. It knows it can. Notice the new Russian budget announced this week. As a result of our pouring of our food surpluses into Russia, they are now going to raise the consumption sector of their new budget. The shift of weapons in our society, and this is a profound problem. I've spent 10 years working on this through all of history, and I hope to produce a book on it eventually if I can find a publisher. I have a publisher, but I don't want to go back to him. He lied to me too many times. The shift of weapons in any civilization, and above all in our civilization, from shock weapons to missile weapons. Notice if you go back several hundred years, in the Middle Ages, all weapons were shot. That is, you came at the guy with a spear or a sword. And even as late as 1916, in the First World War, you came at the Germans with bayonets after a preliminary barrage with artillery. But we have now shifted completely, almost totally, to missile weapons. Missile weapons which you hurl. You may shoot. You may have bombs dropped from airplanes. Take a hand grenade, whatever it is, missile weapons. This has an absolutely dominant influence upon the ability to control individuals. And individuals cannot be controlled by missile weapons. The chief reason for that, and again, I hope when the book comes, if you're interested to look it up, there'll be endless analysis of in Chinese history and Byzantine history and Russian history and everything else. And the book is about 9/10 written, I'd say, the last 10 years. The difference between a shock weapon and a missile weapon is essentially this. A missile weapon is either fired or it isn't fired. It cannot be halfway fired. In other words, once you let it go, it's out of your control, it's gone. It is a killing weapon. But a shock weapon, a billy club, or a bayonet, can be used to any degree that you wish. And if you say to someone who's sitting in a chair, get up and out of the room, and you pull out a machine gun, or you call in a B-52 bomber, or you pull a pin in a hand grenade and say, out. But with a bayonet, come on, boy. All right. Individual behavior in our society no longer can be controlled by any system of weaponry that we are using. In fact, without 80% of internalized control, we do not have enough people, even if we equip them with shock weapons, to control the behavior of the population which does not have internalized control. We've already reached that in our society. One reason, of course, is that the 20% that don't have internalized control are concentrated in certain areas. I won't go into the whole business of this, of control. It opens up the whole field of guerrilla resistance, terrorism, and everything else. These cannot be controlled by any system of organized structure of force which exists, at least on a basis of missile weaponry. And as I say, it would take too many people on the basis. We have now done what the Romans did when they started committing suicide. We have shifted from an army of citizen soldiers to an army of mercenaries, and those mercenaries are being recruited in our society as they were in Roman society from the 20% of their population which does not have the internalized control of classical civilization. All right, now, the appearance of stability from 1840 to about 1900 was superficial, temporary, and destructive in the long run. Because I said you must have communities, and communities and societies must rest upon cooperation and cannot be on competition. Any society says you can run the society on the basis of if everyone trying to maximize his own greed is talking total nonsense. And all the study of human society shows that it's nonsense. And to teach it in the schools and to go on TV and call it the American way of life still doesn't make it true. Competition and envy cannot become the basis of any societies or any communities. Now, the economic and technological achievements of industrialization here were fundamentally mistaken. This could get quite technical. I'll try not to. The economic expansion of industrialization has been based on plundering the natural capital of the globe. such as it was created over millions of years. The plundering of the soils of their fertility, the plundering of the human communities, whether they were our own or somebody else's in Africa or anywhere else, the plundering of the forests. In 1776, the wealth of forests in North America was beyond belief. Within 200 years, in fact 150 years, it had been destroyed, or more than 90% of it wasted, and it had in it 300 years of accumulated capital savings and investment of sunlight and the fertility of the soil. And now that our bread is going to have 5 times as much fiber, by making it out of sawdust, we're going to go on plundering the forest to a larger degree, which of course is one of the reasons I am sure that President Ford 2 days ago signed the new bill which allows clear cutting in the national forest. Because we need that roughage or fiber in our bread. Having taken all the natural fiber out of the wheat, of course, and thrown it away. The energy which gave us the Industrial Revolution, coal, oil, natural gas, represented the accumulated savings of 3 weeks of sunlight that managed somehow to be saved in the earth out of 3 billion years of sunshine. Because that's what the fossil fuels are. This is not income to be spent. This is capital to be saved and invested. And we have now destroyed into what we call entropy, that is into a form of energy which is no longer possible to be utilized. We have now destroyed into entropy 11 or 12 days of that accumulated 21 days of sunlight. And we have wasted it. For example, we have changed our agricultural system, which used to be a system in which seed was put into the earth to take sunlight, rain, and the wealth of the soil to create food, and we have replaced it with an agricultural system which is entirely capital intensive, has eliminated labor, has eliminated land to a very considerable extent, so that we pour out what we call food is now a chemical synthetic. And we've done that by putting into a smaller and smaller amount of soil a larger and larger amount of chemicals made out of fossil fuels. Just to give you one figure, every bushel of corn which is sent to the Russians represents 1 gallon of gasoline. And they say that we are getting, by selling our grain to the Russians, we are getting the foreign exchange which will allow us to pay for the petroleum at $14 a barrel that we're bringing in. Nobody ever stops to look at how many gallons did you get to send this to the Russians. Do you sell them millions of bushels, which represents millions of gallons. From 1940 to 1970, And I put this in to indicate to you how our whole system is destroying communities. Much of the legislation of the last 40 years in this country has been aimed at the destruction of families, neighborhoods, ghettos, parishes, or anything else. In 30 years, from 1940 to 1970, 3 million American farms were abandoned because the people who worked on them with their families could not compete with the corporation farmers using the new chemical methods of producing crops. 30 million people left these abandoned farms and rural areas and went into the town and into the cities. Many of them, millions certainly, to get on relief. In 1970, the last year for which I have any reliable figures, 2,000 farms a week are going out of production. These are the farms on which we brought up your grandparents, the people who won the Civil War, indeed the people who fought in the First War, and in many cases even in the Second War. Will the tractors be able to fight the next war when there are no more farm boys to fight? Well, of course, whether they're farm boys or not, they won't want to fight. 800,000 rural people each year in 1970 were leaving rural areas and moving into town and being replaced by corporations. In the same way, by urban renewal and other things in the cities, we are destroying communities. The fundamental cause of world instability today, and it's all pervasive, is the destruction of communities by commercialization of all human relationships with resulting neuroses and psychoses. The technological increase and speeding up of transportation, communication, and weapon systems is creating power areas today wider than existing political structures. You still have half a dozen at least political structures in Europe, but the power system of our technology and Western civilization today as it exists is such that most of Europe should be a single power system. Therefore, this is instability. Medical science and the population explosion have continued to produce people when the supply of food and the supply of jobs are increasingly precarious, not just in the United States, but everywhere. Because the whole purpose of using fossil fuels and the corporate structure is to eliminate jobs. Labor saving, we call it, as if there was something wrong with working. Working is one of the joys of life. And if we have created a society in which working is a pain in the neck, then we have created a society which is not fit for human beings. It will be obvious to you that I have enjoyed my work and enjoyed it here. Although at the end of my career, I have no conviction that I did any good. Fortunately, I had a marvelous parent and a marvelous mother. And we were taught, you don't have to win, but you have to give it all you've got. Then it won't matter. Now, to
get back to the structure of the state and sovereignty, we now have a society in America, but in Europe and much of the world, which is totally dominated by the two elements of sovereignty which were not included in the state structure: control of banking and credit, and the corporation. These are free of political control. They have now largely monopolized power in Western civilization and in our society without social responsibility, and are ruthlessly going forward to eliminate land, labor, entrepreneurial, managerial skills, and everything else which the economists once told us were the chief elements of production. And the only element of production that they are concerned with is the one that they can control: capital. So everything now is capital intensive, including medicine. And it hasn't worked. I'll just give you one figure. Nobody has a more capital intensive medical system than that of the United States, and many of you may be well satisfied with it. I simply want to point out a couple of facts. When a boy baby is born in the United States, his expectation of life is less than that in 19 other countries in the world. And it's that good only because while our infant mortality rate is not good, it is better than our adult mortality rate. In other words, in infant mortality, we are not the best. We're about 9th or 10th. These figures are about 1970 too, I think. Let us look at a man, a boy, 10 years old in the United States today. His expectation of life is less than that of 30 other countries, according to the United Nations statistics. And we're paying more than anybody in those 30 countries are paying for a capital-intensive medical system devoted to keeping people who are almost dead alive a few more days, instead of making people grow up healthy by teaching them that work is fun, by teaching them that they don't have to be gluttons, that with moderation, I mean, we all, in the United States, more than half our food is wasted. And that may be because it isn't that good. Exercise, moderation, and so forth. It's all the old stuff we used to get in Sunday school. It just happens to be correct. Now, I come to a topic of delicacy. The U.S. constitutional crisis. The three branches of government set up in 1789 does not contain the 8 aspects of sovereignty. It left out completely, for example, the administrative power. The result is that ever since, the three branches of government have been struggling to decide which of them will control the administrative power. The growth of political parties was necessary to establish relationships between the three branches. Changes in the processes of nomination for elections. I used to tell my students, it doesn't matter who votes in an election. The important thing is the nomination. And
And when you come to the election, it doesn't matter who votes. What's important is who didn't vote. Every election in the United States, and increasingly so, is determined by the people who didn't vote. And they're turned off for various reasons. As a result of three branches they were set up, they have all tried to go outside of the spheres in which they should be restrained. Walking over here with the Dean and Professor Brown, we spoke briefly about the Latin school that I went to. The oldest school in the United States, 1635, preparatory school. Harvard was created the next year as a place for Latin school boys to go to. And in my day, it was the largest single source of supply. My day would be 1929, 1930. It was the largest single source of supply, although Harvard was doing everything they could to cut down on the Latin school boys. But the chief method that they tried to cut us down was by raising the requirements for us, and we could handle that. But today, that school is controlled by a judge in Boston who has taken upon himself to tell the school who will be admitted. And he has said, you must have so many girls, you must have such percentage of blacks, and so forth and so forth and so forth. And if they do not meet, and you cannot have entrance exams, and if people fail, you can't throw them out. And what was once an absolutely incredible preparatory school had many drawbacks. It was murderous. But it could get any students into any competitive system of entrance in the country. In numbers, but the university in question didn't warn. Now, one of the flaws in our, and to me the most ominous one in our constitutional setup, the fact that the federal government does not have control of money and credit, does not have control of corporations. It is therefore not really sovereign, and it is not really responsible, because it is now controlled exactly by those two groups. Those who control flows of money and corporations. The new public financing of the presidency is arranged so that they can spend as much as they want. Voluntary contributions to elect someone that he has not authorized is legal. The President of the United States, when I look at it, as he exists, what young Schlesinger, that's Art Schlesinger Jr., called the imperial presidency, what I see is Caesar Augustus. He is commander-in-chief. That's what imperator, emperor, means. He's the head of the executive branch. He's the head of the state, as well as head of the executive branch and those things. Head of the state means he's the representative of the United States government in all foreign affairs, and all ambassadors are accredited to him, and so forth. Thirdly, fourthly, he's the head of the political party. Fifth, he's head of the administrative system, which is increasingly making all the decisions. What will be spent and who will spend it? In the Bureau of Budget and Management, and the system in England is even worse. The Parliament in England no longer has any control at all over expenditure. And yet they're still teaching in the schools that that is how they got the English Constitution, by control of grants to the monarchy. Do you know who's making the decisions in the Bureau of the Budget and Management as to who will get how much? And he is also the symbol of national unity, the focus of our emotional feelings regarding our country. This is why it's so difficult to get rid of an incumbent president, either by election or by impeachment. But there are other reasons. We have a general paralysis of government in the United States today, especially the administrative power. By the very things that we praise, the so-called rule of law, which should rather be called the rule of lawyers. Let me give you one example. It is perfectly clear in the U.S. Constitution that a president can be impeached by a vote of the Congress. Indictment by the House, conviction by the Senate. It does not require common law procedures. It does not require judicial process. It is not a judicial action at all. It is a simple political action. If you have the vote, he can be removed simply by counting. The horrible thing about the whole Nixon business is that impeachment will never be used again in the history of the United States. Because the lawyers in Congress, imagine, every member of the Judiciary Committee has to be a lawyer. And the Judiciary Committee has to recommend that he be impeached. And have to do all kinds of things that you might do in a court of law if you're accused of holding up a bank. And the result is that never again will anybody attempt to impeach a president. It would take years, be indecisive, when you could simply have had a vote do the whole thing in one morning, which is the way it was intended. Now, there are a lot of other intentions in the Constitution, which is perfectly obvious, but I can't get any constitutional lawyer to agree with me. It's perfectly obvious from the Constitution that if the three branches of government couldn't agree, don't do it. That's what the theory was. No, we have to have somebody supreme. The court will make the ultimate decision. I'll just touch upon something else, secrecy in government. Secrecy in government exists for only one reason: to prevent the American people from knowing what's going on. The idea that anything that's going on in our government is not known to the Russians about the moment it happens is nonsense. The minute the president leaves the White House, he is communication. My farm, 90 miles away from here, I can tell when he has left. Because the special communication system begins to operate. And much of it is buried in a mountain 15 miles from me. And the Russians are listening to it all and get every message. Now, I'll have to begin now. The dominance of the administrative system and the elections is by private power today. Money flows and corporation activities. And I just want to read you a summary from James Willard Hearst, The Legitimacy of the Business Corporation and the Law of the United States from 1780 to 1970. He points out that there was powerful anti-corporation feeling in the United States today. And among other things, it was established that no corporation could exist by prescription. That is, they had to have a charter. that they had to have a limited term of life and not be immortal. Corporations today are immortal. They got a charter, they can live forever, bury us all. That they have to have a limited purpose. In other words, they have station. Who is it giving us this bread that's made out of sawdust? ITT, International Telegraph and Telephone. The same corporation that drove Ivor Kruger to suicide in Paris in April 1931, when it was an international telegraph corporation controlled by J.P. Morgan. I won't take time to read these things, but certain things were established in the United States regarding corporations, because it was on a state level, because the control of corporations. Restricted purpose and activities, especially by banks and insurance companies, prohibition on one corporation to hold the stock of another without specific statutory grant. We definitely should have that again. Limits on the span of the life of the corporation itself, requiring recurrent legislative scrutiny. Limits on total assets. User limits on new issues of capital, so that proportionate control of existing stockholders could be maintained. Limits on the votes allowed to any stockholder, regardless of the size of his holding, and so forth. By 1890, all of these had been destroyed by judicial interpretation, which extended to corporations, fictitious persons, those constitutional rights guaranteed, especially in the 15th Amendment, to living persons. Because Roscoe Conkling, known as Turkey Strut Conkling, came to the Supreme Court and he said there were no records kept of the committee of the Senate which drew up the 15th Amendment, but he had kept private notes which showed that they intended the word person to include corporation. It was most convenient. The corporation that was hiring him to do this suitably rewarded him. Now we come to the last statement. And I regret ending on such a, I suppose, pessimistic. I'm not personally pessimistic. The final result will be that the American people will prefer, ultimately, communities. They will cop out or opt out of the system. Now, it'll be a long time. The system today consists of, well, I've given it to you, but everything is a bureaucratic structure, and brainwashed people who are not personalities are trained to fit into this bureaucratic structure and say this was a great life. Although I would assume that many on their deathbeds must feel otherwise. Notice, we are already on a wholesale basis copping out of military service. We are already on a large-scale basis copping out of voting. An estimate tonight was that the president will probably be chosen by 40% of the people eligible to vote. And that for the fourth time over 16 years, the percentage of voters who were registered who didn't vote will be higher. They also are copping out by no longer paying any attention to newspapers or what's going on, and by increasing emphasis on the growth of localism. What is happening in your own neighborhood? In this pathetic election, I am simply amazed that neither of the candidates has thought about any of the important issues such as localism, the rights of areas to make their own decisions about what goes on. Now, I realize if there's a sulfur mine or a sulfur factory out a couple of miles away, that you can't do much about it with localism. But I think you may find at this election one rather extraordinary thing. A considerable number of people who go to the polls and vote for the local candidates but do not vote for the president, which is the reverse of what it used to be 50 years ago. Now, I want to say good night. Do not be pessimistic.